Good morning, El Dorado County. Today is Tuesday, November 4th, 2025. And I call to order this regular meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. We will now do the Pledge of Allegiance. Supervisor Lane, will you lead us, please? Oh, Pastor Scott. Come on up. You were late. Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Figured I'd just stand up in the back and eventually, what's the point in sitting down? Might as well just stand up. So
Okay.
no worries about that. Thank you for the opportunity to pray with you folks today. So if you please join me in that real quick here. Dear Lord, thank you for this opportunity for us to gather together as concerned citizens and leadership within our county here. We consecrate our conversation and our time here today, all the decisions and all of the interactions that are going to happen today through loving and caring hearts for what's going on in this county. And we pray that all of our dialogue and our interactions with each other would be done in a loving and care and fair way with the ultimate big goal in mind, that we're here for this county, that we're here, we want the best for its people and all that happens within it. So again, we ask for your blessing and your favor upon our interactions today, and wisdom and discernment to be with everyone in all of the decisions that are going to be made today. Bless this opportunity and bless this time. It's in your holy, powerful name that we get to pray these things. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Supervisor Lane.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome, El Dorado County, to another regular session of the Board of Supervisors, and thank you for joining us here today in Placerville, California. As a reminder, we limit public comment to 3 minutes to allow enough time for everyone to have their voices heard. What is the will of the board regarding the agenda? District 1,
No changes.
District 5,
changes.
District 3,
No change.
No changes.
no changes? All right, I have no changes. CAO?
I do want to make one modification to I'm sorry, not to the agenda, sorry, consent
Okay.
calendar.
All right, okay. So, do I get a motion?
Move.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Passes 5-0.
All right. So at this time, we'll go to the consent calendar regarding any changes or comments. District 1?
I'm going to be voting no on number 4.
Okay. District 5?
No changes, thank you.
I too will be voting no on number 4, no disrespect to the Native Americans at all. It's been General Creek all my life, and if we get rid of some of our 150-year-old history, we won't have any left for us. So there was a general that this creek was named after out of Georgetown, and I think it needs to remain that. But anyway, it's done. The state's already done it, so I'm a no vote on that one.
District 4?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Number 4 looks so innocent. I'm also gonna vote no or suggest we pull it because I think it could be modified in a way that I would support it.
Yeah, I would recommend you pull it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. And I'm going to be a no vote on item 4 too, because like I say, there's a lot of history and stuff in this county. Do we have to go through and name all these different streams? I mean, that's crazy to me. So a lot of history. In
We're
this county.
pulling it.
Oh,
So,
I know that.
okay.
I just had to say that though. And CAO?
Yes, thank you, Chair. On item number 8, we'd like to modify slightly so that is approval for the surplus and sale of the service weapon only and not the sight optic.
Right. All right, do you have any comments you want to do on item number 2? You?
If there are any questions from the public, I'm happy to try to address those or any questions from the board. I didn't have any
All right,
proactive comments.
all right. Let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. Kim.
We are now taking public comment specifically on the consent calendar. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Okay, come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Allison did a great job on the item number 2 of Legistar. The body was very thorough. I've never seen one as long as and as thorough as this, but it's remarkable how detailed it was. But my comment has to do with the fact that this is on consent calendar. I believe with the underlying information here, I would ask that it be removed. I would hope that one of you would remove it just to set the standard of what's going on in terms of the tribe and to really honor the efforts of so many people behind the scenes in order to make this fun.
Yep, and we're back.
Sorry about that. How much did you hear?
There we go.
Do you want me to start over?
No.
No,
All
go
right,
ahead.
good. I didn't want to.
Okay.
The
back.
point being is that just last week you had a project that you sent back to the planning commission that was about, I would say, maybe a fifth of this size that's going to be approved today on consent. It doesn't make any sense. You got to be clear on why there's a difference here. And if it's not me telling you that there's a difference, then at least somebody commenting that there is a difference between these two projects would make a lot of sense. So 295.7 acres to go into trust. They're using Allison's report. There's been an ad hoc committee that's set aside. This is in 2024. I believe I was here when that was set up. And the ad hoc committee has looked at this. There's been some negotiations behind the scenes. And the Department of the Interior Bureau of Indian Affairs is behind all of this. There is a 969 page assessment, environmental assessment, of which I did 30 pages. And I tell you what, guys, this is huge, and it goes all the way up to Green Valley Road. And I drove in there. You got a lot of character that's already in place, and this is all going to be changed. This is bad, real bad. Thank you.
Any other comments? Come on up.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Lance, and I am speaking today on behalf of the North Buckeye Rancheros Owners Association. Thank you for your November 4 letter to the Bureau of Indian Affairs regarding the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians Feed a Trust project. We appreciate the board's recognition that the arena and parking garage proposed in Alternative A would be incompatible with the surrounding residential neighborhood. However, we respectfully ask that the board amend its position and express support only for Alternative C, the no action alternative. Under the current environmental assessment, 29 NBROA parcels are included in the project area. All these parcels are already zoned residential under county regulations and fall within the NBROA's recorded declaration of covenants and restrictions. Even under Alternative B, where commercial elements are removed, but residential and maintenance facilities remain, the Feed a Trust conversion would still remove these parcels from the county zoning and from the NBRA's road assessment structure. That outcome would immediately reduce funding for private road and bridge maintenance while increasing the burden on remaining homeowners who must maintain these easements. Alternative B would also allow additional housing, density, traffic, and construction activity without county oversight, leading to infrastructure stress and safety issues on the same privately maintained road network. The MBRA roads and Dry Creek Bridge were designed for light residential use, not for cumulative traffic associated with tribal housing and support facilities under trust status. Alternative C is the only option that maintains the county's intended residential zoning, preserves private property rights, and ensures ongoing participation. Harm to the MBRA community and maintains the residential character that both the county and the association have worked to preserve for over 50 years. Thank you for your time and for your continued attention to protecting the integrity and livability of Shingle Springs community. Vote no on 50. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Yeah, come on up.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Janelle Horn, Recorder Clerk. I'm speaking on behalf of a resident of the North Buckeye Ranchero subdivision. I do live in the community there. I wanted to describe to you, first of all, thank you Supervisor Turnbull for taking a moment to drive through the community and see how it's going to affect the residents and the quality of life. This community is a gated private community in regard like Cameron Park Estates or Greenstone. So you can imagine a lot of the homes in there are high level, very beautiful, and are of high value as well. The letter that I'm writing to you is in regards to how the road was originally intended. And so specifically in regards to Shingle Springs Drive. That road was granted by easement from the homeowners to utilize that road for the intended purpose of the homeowners. Basically, there is case law that is well established under California that says an easement cannot be overburdened beyond its original intent. New or additional uses that substantially increase traffic, alter the character of use, or impose an undue hardship on the easement holders, such as noise, water, or interference with quiet enjoyment, constitute overburdening. Basically, if even in the intent, and I want to preface that I personally support the ability for them to be able to have housing within the community, as they've purchased up many parcels within our community. But the thing is that we want is the continued use of the roads to be maintained by them as well, if they're using those roads. On the map that is disclosed in the report that they produced, they are planning on putting in some high density housing, which is up towards by the Green Valley area. Which, by the way, the housing in the community is rated R5 and R10. So increasing this would cause a burden to the road there. What we're looking for is collaboration with the board to help us communicate with your established relationships that you have with the tribe to help us negotiate and create a great communication in regards to the future of those properties, and definitely against the arena, as it doesn't fit the mold there. It would be better use over by the gas station. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning. Tim Greenwood here out at the Triple Junction on Sly Park Road. Couple of things. Why isn't item 3 that they just spoke on, or item 2, not being subjected to a public hearing. I don't get it. It's significant. We can't do much about it. I get it, but we can make a statement, and we can also bring this to the public's attention as to what's going on. And that it's on consent is a little beyond my comprehension. Moving on. Item 12, I believe, is the parking up in Tahoe. The way I read it is the roads will not be subject to on-street parking during the entire period of November 1st to May 1st. That's a little overbearing. That it's not necessarily snow removal conditions, because it certainly isn't up there right now. And I just don't get it, why that language is so specific. It seems to me that it just keeps it at that, it doesn't have to be snowing or X days after X, Y inches of snow or something like that. That's snow removal conditions. Yes, they might be coming through with a rotary plow and laying back the berms, but it doesn't make for any flexibility. And it'll be probably ultimately be an imposement, if you will, on people and visitors. Back to item 2. The item with respect to the optical site, I was wondering about that. I thank you. Also on those items with the return or the sale of their duty weapons, keep in mind that the Generation 5 Glocks that are being let go and are being currently used by most law enforcement in California are not available to a mere citizen peon like you or I. And just a reminder that so-called gun control here in California is not about guns, it's about control. These, once they're former law enforcement, these deputies and such and probation people are subject to.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Monday. I won't be redundant on especially Chris Payne's eloquent comments. Thank you, Ken. I too also am extraordinarily concerned where consent calendar would be appropriate for something of this magnitude, even if it's simply a letter with options. This really does feel like if it's a project that's not fully out of a trust, which is not fully out of the county's participation, that the Planning Commission would be the appropriate starting point. And the analogy Chris gave of, what we just did last week and the concerns and the reasons why it was put back to the Planning Commission, I think equally applies. If we have jurisdiction, we need to use it. So I'm hoping one of you is going to feel brave and say, you know what, I've reconsidered and maybe this isn't something we need on consent calendar. This is not the place for that kind of approval, and that we dismiss it to the Planning Commission or at minimum to a more open forum within your meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. So I am calling about item number 2. I support the letter. I think that it's a great idea, knowing that the Bureau of Indian Affairs is currently analyzing the EA, and there's a short time window. And I know I appreciate Lance was there to be able to talk because he's been getting some information out about that. I do think it probably would have been better if there been more information provided, like the fact that there's timelines for BIA review and the clarification that eventually it would come again to the planning commission and the board. I believe that's typically the process flow, so that could have alleviated some angst from people. I also agree with what Lance said, that it could have been more helpful to clarify option C. The letter's reiterating what was sent to the BIA previously. So it's almost like they didn't account for your prior input. So along with that, then I guess when the letter is sent, I didn't see that also that it was going to be copied to anyone else. We've seen fee to trust requests come in that have been approved by one of our representatives, Tom McClintock. I think it would be helpful to make sure any representatives at the federal level that engage with BIA would be notified that we're in fact sending this letter and be part of it, so that they have clarity in your views and your feedback. So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, so first, this really needs to be pulled from the consent calendar and better inform the public as to the process of this item. It would really be good to make this whole project more public and transparent and in the daylight. How can anyone be expected to digest this 969-page environmental report for the development of the tribe's 295.7 acre project in such a short period of time? You need to modify the letter to only support C. The letter is a weak response to what will be an enormous negative impact to the county. The letter leaves much of the burden to be placed on the adjoining neighbors to somehow mitigate the impact of this very incompatible project that will be adjacent to their large residential parcels without the teeth or support of the county. If the tribe project uses well water, what will be the impact to the wells of the neighbors? What is the impact to the county's economy due to unfair competition of similar activities? This project is in a rural region, which is a 5 to 10 acre minimum of residential and agricultural type properties that's not intended to have sewer, water, or road infrastructure directed to this area. If EID and DOT move those resources that direction, what will be the impact to the rest of the county? EID needs to stop giving up our water and sewer resources to outside county ventures that are not programmed into our general plan. The letter should state that the proposed A and B options are not compliant with the county's general plan, that both options, A and B, will be a drain to the county's underground water resources. The county has no intention to direct the water or sewer infrastructure to this location, and this project will cause harm to the economic stability of the county. C is the only option in which the county could support, which is to retain the current zoning and land use for single-family homes on acreage. Hopefully, you will protect the residents of the county from outside influences that are working to undermine our rural way of life. Please recommend only supporting option C in your letter. And I actually emailed you a modified letter that supports that and also includes that this area is in a rural region. Our general plan was mapped out to where infrastructure would go, where housing, commercial, all those things. And when we don't know what's happening. We don't know what your board is negotiating with the tribe. And that's been the problem since day one. There have been backdoor negotiations going on from the beginning of their enterprise. So bring this back to light. Let the public support retaining our county rural culture. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
There's no additional public comment.
Yeah, Senator CAO, can you make some comments on some of the questions that was asked?
Sure. The reason this has not gone to the planning commission first is that there is no project application that has been submitted by the tribe. So that is really the only way for that to get to the planning commission, is if they were applying to develop this project under the county's jurisdiction and outside of the fee to trust process. So we do not believe that is their intention. This is an extension of the fee to trust process, which was initiated last year. And as several, as the staff report notes and several of the commenters, the board did provide a letter at that point in January of 2024. And so this is an extension of that process. There has been no project application yet submitted, so it wouldn't be subject to the Planning Commission review. I believe what is happening is it's the environmental assessment that the BIA has done as part of this fee to trust process that we are seeing. It is not officially in a comment period as we're used to seeing with NEPA and CEQA. So really our only recourse here is to submit a letter because we have been made aware of it and point out the issues that we see with it. And so there again, it appearing on the consent calendar is because it really is a reiteration of a position the board already took last January. If there's anything else I can try to answer.
Well, I appreciate that, you know, and I'll say a few things too on that, because I took a ride back there and it was just amazing how close that's going to be, especially for the impact some of the residents who live in that area and impact the road. I know that they say that they're not going to be using the road, but I don't hardly believe it because things have happened in the past, especially when they're not truthful. So I agree. I think the arena is not a good place for it. I think it needs to remain just housing in that particular property. And I think the arena could be put in a better place and not impact the people in that small community. So, and I do support basically writing a letter. And also I don't support A and B at all.
So, Mr. Chair, do you want to pull item number 2 so that there can be a discussion around it or not?
Or just vote no.
That's,
Or just vote no?
yeah,
You
exactly.
have to decide because you're making comments. Now, Mr. Ferrer was going to make comments. So if
I
we're going to
know.
go
Yeah.
there,
You're right. We
really
probably should
need
pull
to
it.
pull it.
And we already took public comment, so I mean, why didn't you pull it first?
Well,
I'm just saying, you
No,
guys are
I'm-
talking
I
about
know.
well,
it.
the
So
biggest thing is the reason, one of the reasons why I didn't pull it, I wanted the clarification from the CAO,
She clarified it.
and she did.
Kim, summarize. Unless you're gonna pull it.
Yeah.
Are we pulling it? Otherwise, I'm gonna.
All right, I'll go ahead and pull it. Let's pull this item for discussion. I think it'd be the best thing. Let's get it done. We've already had public comment on it, but I think it could be good
You
for
better
us.
check with county council on that.
Yeah, you can open
Go
it.
ahead.
If you're gonna pull it, you'll take public comment again, yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
we
that's
already did
fine.
that.
All right, let's go ahead and pull the item.
We need to fix
I'm
that
not in favor
policy.
of.
No, we're back to that awkward thing where our policy about pulling things that hasn't been corrected. And we need to fix that policy ASAP like yesterday. Because I feel that the board does not have consensus that we want to pull it.
Understood. And just for your awareness, I think that is a subject that could come up. The clerk is preparing to bring an item to the board, I believe, later this month to talk about the structure of the agenda. And I think maybe following that, there might be a discussion about the consent calendar and some other board policies. So those discussions are forthcoming.
Yeah.
All right, so what's the will of the board on this particular item? Kim?
So as of now, you will be approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull items 2 and item 4 for discussion. Regarding item number 8, only the service weapon will be surplus. It is not to include the sight optic.
All right, okay. All right,
move approval.
is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
No,
Motion passes 4-1.
All right, let's go ahead and move to it. Since we pulled those particular items, we can go ahead talk about item 2.
Yeah, you probably should just hear them now since the people that are interested are already online.
Right. Okay. So let's go to item 2. Yep. We're gonna go ahead and talk item 2. We pulled it off calendar. We'll go ahead and discuss it now. I know that. I do.
Item number 2 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign the attached comment letter to be transmitted to the U.S. Department of the Interior, Bureau of Indian Affairs for the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians 295.7 acre fee to trust project.
Okay. So being that what's that? Oh, go ahead.
just want to clarify that, as Sue said, this was just a letter to reiterate our position on some previous applications for fee to trust. The way fee to trust process happens kind of changed in the middle of their applications. That's why this is a little different. The environmental assessment usually is done after the notice of application, which is what we provided comment on before. Now they have the environmental assessment start when they initiate the application, so it can be commented on as well during the notice of application. So that's why we're in this weird kind of gray area of why we're providing comment. But other than that, Sue gave a good description of the rest of the process and why we're here today.
Okay. All right. Any discussion from the board right now, or you want to hear public comment?
You pulled it.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and go to public comment. Yeah.
We are now taking public comment, excuse me, specifically regarding item number 2. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
On it, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I'm not going to go over what I already said before, so I'm just going to add. There is a section 5 of the environmental assessment that has to do with what's called consultation and coordination agencies and individuals. It's 2 pages. It's very thorough. So I have no problem with the document itself. This was the lead agency, Bureau of Indian Affairs, Pacific Region, Sacramento. And I said to Ted before, there's 969 pages though. It's a lot of information, but it's nicely summarized. And all I had to do is print out maybe the 40 or so pages at the beginning and get most of what's going on. There is a section 4 mitigation that's in this. So I'm very appreciative of the detail that went into this document. But also there's sections on noise, there's sections on transportation, sections on water. That's just like any environmental assessment. I'm looking for the cumulative impacts. Section 3.13.2 of the document is called cumulative impacts. As we all know, that's impacts beyond the project itself. It's what happens in the area, what happens in El Dorado County if this project goes in. Very thorough. It just needs to have a little bit more detail explained so that people understand the process. And that's why I ask you to approve it. And I'm not going to waste any more of your time. I've accomplished what I wanted to do. Thank you so much. You voted no, right?
On the agenda, the consent.
Consent. Okay.
Janelle Horn, Recorder Clerk. Lori, actually, I'm very disappointed that you represent this community and you didn't want to hear what anybody else had to say about it.
Thank you for reaching out to me, Janelle, prior to the meeting. Thank
I
you.
just
That
found
was
out
nice.
about this.
Yeah.
I just found out about
Yeah.
this and so what our ask is that you strengthen the letter, which you were voting on today, to send to them. There are things that were not included in this letter, like talking about the current impact that they have on our use of our roads and our gates. I want to let you know that just last week, we had a tribe member run into the gate in which they did not call local law enforcement, they called the tribe. Thankfully, we have everything on video, but this is going to be about a $16,000 impact to our community. They are continuing to use those roads we are constantly seeing their fire and their police doing training, going through our community and utilizing those properties for that use, which is not the intended use. They are private residences. And then also in one of the paragraphs, you also didn't state on how it affects the property values. That was not discussed as well. We're asking that you really reach out to them and state that you want to have conversation with them. You want to negotiate before any decisions are made on going forward. We want to have a good relationship with them. We want to be able to talk about what our concerns are, and we want to work with them. But I feel like we need to make that stronger in here, that in order to have a good relationship, they need to communicate and work with us on protecting our general plan. Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak? Come on up.
I already read my speech. I don't have another one, but would like to continue to explain that there are 29 parcels that are part of this project that are already part of our neighborhood, and they're already zoned residential. So if you choose option C, that still entitles 29 homes plus additional, ADUs or whatever they can build. Most of those parcels are vacant right now. They've been vacant forever. They could be building housing there now and it'd be done, it'd be taken care of. So option C still entitles lots of housing. There's still drawings in the books for the property next to the gas station that shows all kinds of housing. It was never built. It's all laid out. The water, the sewer is still there. It's not being used. There's underutilization of the existing properties as it is right now. There's no reason to move forward with any of this. All the options are still out there. They're just not being taken for some reason, and I don't know why. So I hope you guys can help us out here. We're really desperate, and this is kind of our last chance to try to save our neighborhood. We're pretty sad about it. So thank you for your help.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants now.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Kelly N.
Just wanted to say thank you for pulling, and I look forward to further discussion. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
So I was a little surprised by the attitude of not, this is a huge project and it should be looked at. And maybe some of you have made negotiations with the tribe that you don't want to express here at this meeting or to the public or within any other meetings that exposes what is the intent. Apparently, when they're buying these properties for housing and telling you they're going to be housing, now that they want to put them in trust, that's not their intent. And that's going to be very detrimental to the community. So you have an opportunity. Like I said, I sent you an email really quickly, modified the letter a bit, took out everything that references that you support alternative B and that you just support. You can say, you can modify this letter to say we only support C. You can take out the things that reference that. You can add some of the things that are conflicting with their general plan. Apparently, I don't know if somebody's gone through the 969 pages to see whether what kind of impact that's going to have on the county or not. And I don't know, it's almost like the irrigation district is probably making negotiations outside of the public purview, or they wouldn't be able to be considering these type of projects. I ask that you make this a more transparent, not cause an economic harm to the rest of the county. They're sovereign. They are outside of the nation. Once they put that into trust, they have rules that we can't compete with. We can't be protected by. And it's a very harmful scenario for the community that's adjacent to them and in the surrounding areas and competitively commercial wise. So I added the proposed A and B options are not compliant with the county's general plan. The land in the counties is in the county's rural region, meaning the parcels are meant to maintain a 5 to 10 acre minimum. Therefore, there are no plans to direct water or sewer infrastructure to this location. If the tribe chooses to use well water for this commercial venture, it would drain the neighboring underwater water sources, possibly draining the water from the adjacent parcels. It would be nice to see this board work for the residents and citizens in the county, instead of outside interest. I think that's it, but you do have the opportunity to pull this letter, fix it, make it stronger, stand up for the people that you represent. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Hi there, Ken Greenwood, Triple Junction. Yes, I agree with Sue 100% that you can make this letter stronger, and or that we only support item C. I have a question. Does this include the 120 acres over on Indian Creek and the adjacent 40 acres of BLM land, which is now BIA land, due to efforts by Congressman McClintock? Some clarification of that by staff would be really appreciated because I am confused. Anyway, yes, we don't have a project necessarily before us, but we do have an informational item. This could be subject to a planning commission workshop where people could learn more about it, because as it is, as with all things tribal, sadly, it seems to be kind of, what's the word? Oh gosh, how do I say it? Buried. I don't know what the right word is, but it's always, it's not done in the full light of the public. And and this is a federal project, if you will. So, but still it is being subjected to NEPA, it looks like, and we have the opportunity to comment, and the board has a real obligation to comment and put this out into the light of day so that we understand what we're buying into. This has been an ongoing situation for all 30 years I've lived here, and a lot of it has often seemed to be done not in the light of day. Thank you very much. Oh, pardon me, this will have a huge impact on the Rancheros area.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hi again, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I definitely agree about the strengthening of the letter. One, changing it so that only option C is potentially acceptable. But then with a little bit of rewording, maybe include in there that you're anticipating that this will come eventually before the Planning Commission, and this is just to provide feedback for them to prepare for that. I think it might be helpful as a public document for people to be able to see that we are expecting them to do an application in the future, and that will come back and then there will be more feedback, but this is kind of preemptive going in first and foremost as a follow-up to the letter that was sent last year. And again, making sure that any people at the representatives at the federal level that work with BIA, that they're copied on it so they have visibility as well. That would be great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
I'm sorry it took so long to unmute myself. I think you've received some really good comments today from the public, and I hope that you will take those into consideration. Since this isn't a public hearing and it was on the consent calendar, I just wonder how many people that this would affect are still in the dark because of the way that it gets advertised. I just wonder if a lot of people don't even know about it. So whatever you can do to inform the public, because they will want to make their own comments. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Poppy Phillips.
Hi, my name is Poppy Phillips. I live near the proposed event site. I'm in agreement with Lance. They own a lot of property in the area. Why destroy something so precious? The wildlife would go away, the noise pollution, the crime rate. I believe it's a natural asbestos area that they would have to examine. On top of that, there's a lot of environmental impacts, but also economic and our property values. All of us have literally stopped improving our properties because we don't know what our future holds. We don't know. I've had ambiguous realtors call me and offer me money for my property, and they refuse to divulge their buyer. And so I feel like there's some manipulation, and the lack of transparency just feels undermining, and I don't appreciate it.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
So bring it back to the board. Any other final thoughts or discussion?
Yeah, I'll chime in. I guess I'm sorry, I'm a little defensive because in January of 2024, we did have a public meeting here and we did discuss this issue then. And I did talk to the tribe then, and they did have a meeting with the neighbors then. So I apologize. I'm a little defensive when people are saying I didn't do anything. I've done a lot on this issue. I've done the best I can on this issue, given the fact that our federal government seems to favor tribes right now over local county jurisdictions. I did my best. I reported back out on those meetings in our to and froms afterwards, so everybody knew what I was trying to do and collaborate with the tribe so that they could hear the neighbors' concerns. The HOA road, whatever is it an HOA, not a road association? It's an HOA there. Also sent in letters. I communicated with them, connected them with the tribe reps. So we're doing the best we can. We understand the impacts. Unfortunately, our federal representative here seems to favor the tribe. I'm just going to say it. And I've never gotten a lot of help there. So that's where we're at. We're at a disadvantage. I'm sorry. I've done the best I can. I've tried to get the tribe to change their project, change where the arena, where they want to put it. We don't have a lot of authority here. Well, we have no authority. We've been trying to influence the project. We did get certainty that they will not use the residential road for access to the new arena. We did get that in writing from them. And there it is. So today was just a letter reiterating those same comments. Lance, thank you for letting me know that this comment period was there, because we didn't even get notified about that. This process is not very inclusive. It's not intended really for local government to have a lot of influence on it. It's unfortunate, but that's where we are with this fee to trust process. And actually over the last several years, it got worse. And we have even less influence than we had before. So I apologize. I've done the best I could.
I appreciate that, Larry.
Thank you.
We got anybody else?
Well, I would just reiterate what Supervisor Parlin just said. Previously elected as a board of supervisor, I went to Washington DC to meet with the BIA and the representative, and basically got told, you're barking up the wrong tree. This will never change. It's only getting stronger. So you might as well go find a better time to deal with this. I think the letter does express our concerns very well. Talks about the whole fee and trust process that we have heartburn over. Talks about the zoning and the different things that this property currently is. And again, this is a start of a process. Hopefully we can rely on our internal folks, as they have in the past, to negotiate with the tribe and to get things to the liking of the county as well as the residents. So I know it's not done yet, but this is a start of that process. And if we deviate from it, believe me, the feds will just dig in even harder You're going to see that on a couple other items today that the state's doing to us. So anyway, I've been there, done that, attempted to just even bring up the topic to benefit counties, and basically got told you're just wasting your time. So.
Yeah, I totally agree, Brian. And I've been shunned many, many times too, the same way. And I remember that item that we had, and we had all that discussion and stuff. And I think Lori and I voted no on this particular project, that particular time when it was brought to us before. So Greg, you got anything to add?
Yeah, I mean, just, this is confusing. I was trying to figure it out yesterday, and it's very confusing, and it seems like we don't have a whole lot of authority. I am concerned with the potential negative impacts to the North Buckeye private neighborhood. And so I am uncomfortable with supporting alternative. The only alternative I'm comfortable in supporting is C. And I think we could do that if realizing that we're probably yelling into the wind, but it's our county's opinion on who we are looking to stand up for, the people that currently live here, the people that's going to be affected in the neighborhood. So I can't support the letter as written, but I will support alternative C.
Is there a due date that this letter has to be received by?
It's a little unclear right now with the government shutdown. We're not able to get a hold of anyone at the BIA. I did reach out also to the consultant that did the environmental assessment and haven't heard back from them as well. The tribe did reach out to me when I let them know about the letter and said that they were aware of it. And but there was no discussion of a comment period that's open because it's in the gray area of two different processes coming together. Normally, we would have the notice of an application is a formal comment period, but because that's passed and they're doing the environmental assessment now, there's no comment period that I could find either on BIA's website or NEPA's website. But if through the NEPA process, if they determine the environmental assessment had enough of an impact, they would be required to do environmental impact study or statement, and that would have a formal comment period.
Okay. And we did use a ad hoc committee last time, right? Was it yourself and?
No, not for
Not really.
this project. The ad hoc was for the Echo Lane
Right.
Trust project, totally separate, but another trust project. We used the ad hoc for that. I don't believe we use an ad hoc on this.
Do you think that there would be any merit to that? To maybe having a ad hoc meet with the tribe and see if we could work some things out, or what do you think?
I personally, this is just me, and the CEO looks like she wants to chime in, but I would say no. The ad hoc on Echo Lane truly was a negotiation process, which we did bring to the public and the board. So that was a very different situation.
Yeah.
And that was a more tenuously collaborative process, I'd say. I'm trying to use my words carefully, but it's hard. You know, we did try to negotiate on behalf of the county as best we could. Again, though, you know, with the federal government, tribal sovereignty, we are at a huge disadvantage, huge. And I don't know how else to say that. And until our federal representative engages more with the county, I don't know what else we can do.
Exactly. So. All right.
So I do want to, there were a couple of comments about wanting to include reference in the letter that the project will eventually come to the Planning Commission. I just want to dispel that because we don't anticipate that being the case. Again, the only way that would happen is if the tribe were to put in an application to develop this outside of the fee to trust process. And we have no indication that they plan to do that. They are continuing down the fee to trust process path. I do just want to make a couple of observations about option C and the reason that changing at this point to only supporting option C would be inconsistent with what you have said in the past. Option C literally says they wouldn't even develop any homes on the residential parcel. So they wouldn't even use those parcels for the current zone allowable use. And that seems to be That's how I read option C. It's like a no project alternative for the for the purpose of doing the environmental impact. You have to have something to compare to, right? So that would be, and it's totally the board's prerogative to do this, but that would be inconsistent with what you have said in the past, what you said last January, that you do support tribal housing and their right to use that land in the way it is currently zoned within the current residential character. So I just want you to think about that if you're making that decision, if you wanted to make a change to the letter. And then finally, I think I'll just say, as everybody has remarked and observed, we have, I want to say very little authority, but really we have absolutely no authority in the process. We have some say, but there is a presumption in the federal regulations. There's direction to the Secretary of the Interior to presume that the impacts on the local government are minimal and to err on the side of approving the FEDA trust application. So really what that means for us, if we want to have any influence on the project, is our best bet is to maintain some kind of relationship with the tribe to be able to have these discussions and to be able to, as we have in the past with the gas station, we've had some successes there. It's mixed, but we had some successes. So really our best bet is to try to maintain that relationship. And in my opinion, if we adopted alternative C, we would kind of be shutting that door and telling the tribe we no longer support, tribal housing. It just, in my view, weakens our chances with having meaningful discussions with them in the future to try to mitigate the impacts of what they eventually are going to be allowed to do by the federal government.
Okay. Any other discussions?
Just,
Right.
Mr. Chair, I would concur with that. That's my concern. The county has spent millions of dollars fighting with the tribe and got nowhere. The best we've done is negotiating with and making the best of it, of a situation that's really out of our control. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would move item 2 for approval as the letter is written.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
No.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
All right, so let's go to, I think we can go ahead and move to our 9:30 a.m. time
Yeah.
allocation.
I think the
Item
chiefs would
number
appreciate
22.
that.
Yeah.
Here it comes, Joey.
Item number 22 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and Human Resources Department, recommending the board, 1, find that a public benefit is derived by expanding an opportunity for employee attrition through a voluntary separation monetary incentive to achieve general fund and other funding savings. 2, approve an expansion of the retirement incentive plan. And 3, approve and authorize the chair to sign fiscal year 25-26 budget transfer.
All right, Joey.
Thank you, Kim. Morning, Chair, members of the board. Joseph Carresco, Director of Human Resources. I'll just go back a little bit to September 16th of this year. The board approved the $2 million set aside for the RIP program, the Retirement Incentive Program. HR announced it. We received applications. We got 95 employees who are interested, and it was a first come, first served basis. So most of the people who applied right at 8 o'clock or very shortly thereafter. So we kind of looked at the list. We were able to approve some people based on the $2 million that was already allocated for this. In speaking with the Budget Ad Hoc Committee, we thought it would be a good idea to potentially increase that dollar amount from the retiree trust account to put another $2 million towards this program, which would allow all 95 applicants to participate fully in the program. So that's why I'm here today. I'm happy to answer any questions about the plan.
Any comments, question?
Just from the budget ad hoc, we ran the rough numbers. It will be very advantageous to approve this, as well as the major cost savings moving forward, especially with the budgetary times. So the health savings account, it has plenty of funding in it, and this is what it was intended to be used for moving forward. So it gives us that option. So
Yeah.
we recommend it.
Okay, well, thank you for that clarification. All right, any other comments from any board members?
Just a question, please. What does that leave in the retirement trust account? And what will that what's it going to be spent on?
I'll defer to my colleagues. I believe it will leave about $6 million in that account, and it's very restricted on what it can be used for. So one of the things it can be used for is obviously retiree health benefits or contributions to a health retirement account, which is what we're using it for. And I don't know if someone wants to correct me on the remaining dollar amount. Is that
That's
right?
correct.
Thank you.
Any other comment? I don't have any. All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 22. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Thank you, Joey. This is very impressive. This is how government needs to work. The last time this item was heard, obviously there was restrictions, caps. There wasn't data enough that you could make a decision at that point. But now this is all being clarified and very, very thorough in terms of what I would expect out of local government. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Chris. Any other comments? All right, let's go to open forum.
Now taking public
Zoom
comment from
participants.
online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Ken Greenwood, District 532. This is interesting. That I'll agree with Chris that, yeah, we should trim some deadwood, if you will. He didn't put it that way, but I guess that's an opportunity that we have here. But what my concern is years ago, I brought up the point of us retirees and their health benefits and all of that are there. Then that there is this employee health benefits fund that of $6 million or so or whatever, and you're talking taking $2 million of it out. So that sounds like 1/3, simple math. And I was told, and I thought it was pretty clear to the board and the policy people that this money was for subsidy if necessary with ever increasing health care benefit costs to our retirees, not for getting people out the door. Those are two different apples and oranges, and I'm very concerned that you're, I'll say it, raiding this fund and for a purpose that I don't think it was set up for. Find it somewhere else, please, because myself and other retirees are, and especially I think in the near future, we're going to get beat up pretty badly with respect to our monthly benefit or monthly payments to I can't remember the name of the company that handles this. But anyway, I've noted that my payments have gone up, and imagine that in this day and age. But nothing else is going up. And so I find this a misuse of the funds for what they were, the retiree health fund, because that's where it says it's coming right out of. So I would say no, find another source of funding for this, not retiree health fund for which it was intended, because I don't think this has much to do with retiree health funding. Thank you very much. Vote no on this.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Lyle Bennett, Coshawn, Pollock Pines. If you recall, I commented when all the wonderful union members were speaking to you about how their pay is not compatible with living in El Dorado County and also not competitive with other counties. So my perspective, as I shared at that time, comes from my experience across multiple districts where the superintendents would tell the school board that their high turnover rate benefited the budget because obviously senior staff cost more. And you also heard from your union representatives, which is also my experience, that a high turnover rate doesn't allow senior staff to pass on acquired skills that can take decades to develop. So quality of service to the public goes down. So I urge you to send this back for more data because you're not losing, in my opinion, deadwood. You're losing institutional knowledge, capacity, so many issues until you're able to fulfill the promise I heard during the presentations from the union, where you stated, I believe it was Chair Turnbow, that proposals are coming forward to try to balance the pay scale. And so I think you need to wait for that. You need to have the data as to the skill sets you'll be losing if you expand this early retirement. And I do agree that the source of funding, you need to look at that very carefully because, again, many school districts, and very few of them provide lifetime health benefits. They just got out of that because of the cost. But those that do have to be very aware of the need for reserves with these increasing, escalating healthcare costs. So again, I just hope that you do not pass this today and ask staff to do additional research to give you valuable data. Thank you for taking my comment.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so bring it back to the board for any other discussion. All right, and CAO, can you answer some of those questions?
Sure. The fund is the retiree health fund, and the incentive before you is a contribution to a retiree health savings account. So it is being used for the purpose for which the funding was designated. We have a policy, the board has a policy for our pension and our OPEB obligations that we are on a pay-as-you-go basis. So there has been money that has accumulated in this fund going back to the early 2000s, because at that point in time, we did offer a retiree health benefit. And there was a thought that we might establish a trust to pre-fund some of that obligation. The plans to establish the trust, so we had put several $1 million in that fund because of those two factors. The plans to establish the trust were abandoned because the treasurer and the auditor at the time determined there wouldn't really be a benefit to the county. So we did not establish a pre-funding trust. Subsequently, the retiree health benefit was discontinued. So that funding that is sitting there really doesn't have a use because we pay as you go that obligation. If the board does expand this benefit and fund all 96, I think it's 96 retirements, there would be still over about 2 years worth of our annual contributions in that fund, which meets actually our policy on our pension funding. So I don't have a concern about the fund or the health of the fund as since the benefit is discontinued, that is a declining pool of participants that will be drawing on that. The other piece was about the brain drain or the folks that we're losing. We do have, so where we are on the process is last time we came to you, we had not opened this up. We had not received applications. So we couldn't say what the savings will be or what it will look like. We now have all that information. We know who these people are. We have, developed savings estimates based on that. And we know, and we have time, these department heads have time to plan for the loss of these employees. We also did ask HR about how many employees retire annually. I think it was about 50 or so. So we're really in this one period of time kind of doubling that amount. And the reason for that is, as we've discussed, is if we are looking at needing to make changes to our workforce in order to make our budget fiscally sustainable into the future, we prefer to be able to do that by attrition through an incentive like this, rather than having to do a reduction in force, additional reductions in force. So that's the benefit that we see along with the savings that we've calculated.
Thank you for that. All right. So bring it back to the board.
And Mr. Chair, I'll move item 22 for approval.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
All right.
Motion passes 5-0.
Kim, we're going to go ahead and move. to
Thanks,
item-
Joey.
Thanks, Joey. Move to item 21, CAO Diamond Springs El Dorado Fire.
Item 21 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board regarding Diamond Springs El Dorado Fire Protection District dissolution and annexation of district area to the El Dorado County Fire Protection District. 1, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution accepting the exchange of property tax base and increment for the annexation. 2, adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving a one-time payment of $400,000 to the El Dorado County Fire Protection District. And 3, approve and authorize the chair to sign fiscal year 25-26 budget transfer.
All right.
Good morning, Chair and Board. My name is Allison Winter with Chief Administrative Office. So this is the part of the annexation that El Dorado County Fire and Diamond Springs El Dorado Fire, when we negotiate their tax increments. The first resolution is that exchange of property tax. It's their base and increment will be 100% going from Diamond Springs El Dorado Fire to El Dorado County Fire once the annexation is complete. The second piece is authorizing a payment of $400,000 to El Dorado County Fire for any administrative costs such as LAFCO fees and studies they need done, kind of, re-melding their policies together for their future service. So, and then obviously the third part is the budget transfer to complete that payment. And we have both fire chiefs here if you have any questions for them on the
Yeah.
annexation, but
You want
this
me
is
to
really
call
just
them
the
up? The
tax
chief's up
piece.
right now.
They want to come.
If they want
They want to come on
to,
up?
I mean.
If you want to come up.
Hello, board. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good morning.
Do you have any
Comment
questions?
questions or you want some public comment?
What, any questions?
I don't have any questions. I mean, at 20.9 is what's going to be transferred to county fire from Diamond Springs. That's the current rate
Right.
of Diamond, which is one of the highest in the county. As well as I'd love to see the one-time monies more, but given the fiscal constraints of the county right now, it's probably the best we can do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I kind of agree with that because I used to be a volunteer for El Dorado and I remember when Diamond Springs and El Dorado combined. So I think it's going to benefit the whole county by you guys annexation together. So it's a great thing.
Could I just ask to board members to maybe move your mics a little bit closer?
Can you hear me?
We're just
really
getting some feedback from some of the in-person and outside listening in that it's a little hard to hear. And I'll
Yeah.
just go on record just to remind everyone that our system is failing. We will be having an upgrade the week of December 15th. So please bear with us during this time.
Yeah, I just want to thank you guys for all that working together to make this happen. So thank you
Yeah,
for that.
that's really all I wanted to is I appreciate the coming together. I've been invited to a couple of the meetings over the last couple of years, and it's really exciting to see that it looks like this is really going to happen. Because at first we were like, really? But yeah, this is looking real. This is where I think everybody realizes we need to go in the county. And so I'm really honestly, personally hoping that this is a model for some other districts that I think need to put their heads together too. So thank you for all you're doing on this.
Yeah, totally.
Thank you. And if I could just add a brief comment, I appreciate the comment by Supervisor Veerkamp. We understand the financial constraints that the county has right now. And obviously, as we entered into this process, which was 3 years ago last month, we're nearing the finish line, but we had a list of needs and we still have that list of needs, but we appreciate the time with the CAO's office and kind of understanding the position you're in and the needs that we do have and their recognition that a lot of the funding for this $400,000 really is to we want to make sure that the agency, when it's completed with the annexation, starts on the right foot with new strategic plans, new master plans, new standards of covers, and all those, as you guys know, those studies and whatnot, they do not come cheap if you get them done in a very quality manner, which is what we want to do, updating all of our policies. And yeah, 3 years ago, there was a lot of people that said, yeah, we've seen this before. But I have to publicly give full credit to all of our elected officials, Chief Gallagher, all of our personnel down to our rookie firefighters that have stayed the course, through the last 3 years. Our motto's kind of been, hey, we'll hit some speed bumps, but we're not going to hit any walls. And we've hit those speed bumps, and collaboratively we've tackled those. And the finish line is hopefully just a couple months away. Again, appreciate the support from the board, because I think it is important to send an incentive statement to the other agencies that this is possible.
Yeah.
And it can be done. And we just appreciate the support. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your leadership on this.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Appreciate it.
I would echo those thank yous to all those folks, all of you.
Yeah.
It wouldn't happen if you didn't
Oh,
have the
of course.
support of your group.
It's all about the people.
Yep,
Yep.
and your
Exactly.
boards.
Thank you.
All right, let's go ahead and take public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 21. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. This is my area. This is where I live. Chief Gallagher is my neighbor, immediately my neighbor. So I've known him for many, many years. While I'm saying this, it's personal to me. Other items I just read and respond to, but this one is definitely personal. Had a fire a couple of years ago on my property, burned 3 acres. I had a $500,000 fuel reduction project that I had commented on here at your board that was successful, and that kept it from spreading because the fuel wasn't.
They're on.
Yeah, they're on now. Come on up.
Speak fast.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Jacob Poganski. I'm the president of the El Dorado County Professional Firefighters Association. And on behalf of the majority of firefighters and paramedics who serve the Western Slope, I want to thank you for your leadership in bringing this forward to support the annexation of the Diamond Springs El Dorado Fire Protection District and the El Dorado County Fire Protection District. Although our local fire districts are independent special districts, this board supported the annexation process, and its associated funding demonstrates a shared commitment to public safety and regional sustainability. This is not a simple administrative act. It's a historic milestone that strengthens local fire protection and sets the stage for a more efficient and resilient service model across our county. By helping facilitate this reorganization, the county is investing in safer communities, improved coordination, and more effective use of limited resources. The annexation will enhance staffing flexibility, it'll unify operations, and improve response capability, all without diminishing local control or identity. We know the challenges that are ahead. We have aging stations, costly apparatus, and ongoing difficulty of recruiting and retaining personnel in this competitive regional and statewide market. But this item shows what's possible when local agencies in the county work together. It provides a roadmap for future consolidations and partnerships that will ensure fire protection in El Dorado County remains sustainable for generations to come. For those reasons, we strongly encourage the board approve this item today and to continue investing in the future of local fire services. On behalf of the El Dorado County Professional Firefighters Association members, thank you for your partnership, your foresight, and your continued support of those who stand ready to protect our communities every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chip.
Right. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. Let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for any final thoughts or discussion, or
Mr. Chair, I'll move item 21 for approval.
Second.
all those in favor by saying aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
So
Congrats, gentlemen.
thank you for that. Appreciate it. Let's go ahead and we had on consent item 4. I'd like to talk about that. Kim? Item 4 on the consent.
Item 4 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a letter of support for the name change proposed by the United States Board on Geographic Names for a stream located within El Dorado County from General Creek to Duke May M. Mata.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So go ahead.
Right, so this item is based on a letter we received from the California Advisory Committee of Geographic Names. They received an application for a name change from the United States Board of Geographic Names to change the name of the stream located near Sugar Pine Point Park. And it was initiated with the Washoe Tribe and the California State Parks, because they're also changing some other names in that area. So this is just a letter of support to the name change from General Creek to Duke May M. Mata.
I'll bring it back. Brian, I know you had some comments.
Well, I just, again, for me, it's just sort of a long time near and dear to my heart of General Creek and what it was named after, the person that was infamous to Georgetown. So it's more of a personal thing for me. There's no disrespect whatsoever to our Native Americans. I get the history and that component, but you know, in my own opinion, pretty soon if we change everything, then there'll never be any of our local history. So that's my concern. I don't know. I think Supervisor Parlin may have had an idea, but you know, had I known everybody was going to be against it, I think it's already done in the state Sugar Pine State Park. From what I see here, they've changed it.
They've changed some, yeah, I believe the Sugar Pine State Park
We
has
would be just
changed their
being
name, but this is
consistent.
just the creek and they ask for comment from the local jurisdiction.
This is the
Right.
creek.
Well, I wish they would have asked first, but anyway.
Well, yeah, exactly, before it was changed. So
Anyway,
Well, so
your guys. area.
interesting because my, I didn't know that those were some of the thoughts on the board because my thinking was different. And I had talked to, so 2 of us can talk on an item. So Supervisor Lane and I did talk. And I had told her a couple things in my mind, changing it to this spelling here that's on the agenda item to me isn't helpful for folks that can't read this native language. And so I had said, I would prefer a couple different things. There's a couple different ways to go about it, but if, you know, if they want to make this the official name in a different language, then, and if one of the goals, my understanding is to get folks to get used to saying some native names, then I believe next to it in parentheses, it should be phonetically spelled out. So I know how to pronounce it. I mean, if that's really one of the goals, which is my understanding. So, you know, if we were to modify the letter to make it part of the name, phonetically spelling, I would support that. Or the other option is to have it renamed to Waved Creek, which is what the translation is, and then have the native spelling in parentheses next to it, so it's still associated. I would support either one of those. But the whole renaming itself may be the issue here. And so I'm glad that we pulled it to talk about that, because I did not know that that was going to be an issue itself. I just thought, to me, it was more about the language and the words and who's going to be reading them.
yeah, go ahead.
I'd like to
Okay,
hear
all
your
right.
thoughts.
No, I agree with both of you. I have a problem with racing history, whether this guy was a good guy or a bad guy. It's been named after him for over 100 years. And so in general, I'm not supportive of changing names to change history. And then my second thought was, this is not even a word
Right.
that anyone can read. And so
This
Usually-
time, there it is.
There it is, tapping it.
Those
That
are the
must-
magic words.
Okay.
I'll just try to speak loudly. Okay. Thank you for all that information and thank you to my colleagues for your thoughts. You know, it's funny that we talk about the history as being 100 years because the Washoe tribe has been in the basin for hundreds of years. So when we talk about renaming a creek back to its original name, you know, they were probably pretty offended when we renamed it the English name. So there is going to be some type of reference to General Creek in the area on some other signage. But the Washoe tribe, when I reached out to them, they're very interested in preserving their culture and their language. And they're losing their language among their own tribal members. So in their desire would be to have people learn the name. And so I think your idea of the phonetic spelling so that we know how to pronounce it is completely a good thought. I also want to mention one other thing, and that is the U.S. Forest Service has contracted with the Washoe tribe, and they are currently managing a lot of the public properties up on the west shore, Tahoma, Meeks Bay. In particular, there is a multi-million-dollar restoration project going on in Meeks Bay in particular, and the Washoe tribe have been contracted to not only oversee that restoration project, which is restoring the bay, because right now it's like a marina. So we're bringing the bay back to its original environmental geographics. I don't know of a better way of saying that.
Say health.
Health.
It's original health.
It's
yeah.
original, yes. And so there's that going on. And so I feel that the renaming of the creek back to its original name is completely appropriate. But I would support a letter going back to this advisory group suggesting that the signage include phonetically spelling so that we can do the appropriate justice to this creek in its original name.
Yeah, I think that would help everyone if we had that
Everyone.
phonetic right there, then we could all get used to
Yeah.
saying that. And that watershed, just side note, but related is, was mentioned on that Placer County water tour shed that I mentioned.
Yes,
You know, because
yes.
it all, you know,
Comes out of it.
watershed.
It's all
So that
on.
project you're talking about and those restoration efforts were mentioned in our tour. So it was really cool.
Good,
Yeah.
that's great. Good to hear.
Got a motion, Bruce?
So I would move approval of a
Oh, wait a minute, We
letter.
got to go to open.
Oh,
comment.
sorry. Go.
So let's go ahead to public comment. Kim?
We are now taking public comments specifically on item 4. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. As you know, I am associated with a lot of historical groups, of which I'm wearing my Conference of California Historical Society uniform today. In this regard, I wanted to add a couple of comments. There's in my area, I've always had Martinez Creek and Squaw Hollow. There are two separate. I can see them out my from my porch. Pierre Rivas, you remember Pierre? Yep. So he lives over there, what used to be Squaw Hollow, and told me the other day when I was chatting with him that it had been changed to Chief Copa Hembo now during this process of changing our names associated with history. And then I just wanted to comment that there's a book by Jill Kearney, who's currently the president of the El Dorado County Historical Society, and Guy Nixon, called A River Divided, a story of a biography of Chief Copa Hembo, 1812 to 1898. So there is a lot of history coming from what Lori has commented on, the changing of names, but also Squaw Valley is a huge one. In the news, talked about it, associated with Olympics. You know, there's a lot going on, but it's kind of, they're working through it. And now it's what, Palisades?
Palisades.
Yeah. So this can work out. History can be preserved if people will write about it, certainly do videos about it. That's important to us as a culture, and gets to the point of whether this is appropriate or not. It is if it's done correctly. Thank you very much for the time.
Thanks, Chris.
Ruth Michelson, District 4. I read a really good book that I think might be helpful. I'm not going to read it to you as someone does in your open forum. I don't really think that's an appropriate use of time, especially now that you have fewer meetings. But I'm going to tell you about this book. It's called The Best Land Under Heaven, and it's by Michael Wallace. And it's about manifest destiny, and it's about when we all came out here and talk about our history. Let's talk about our history. We say, oh, let's preserve our history. Whose history is that?
Mm-hmm.
Who was here before us? And should that history be respected as well?
Mm-hmm.
And I think if this group wants to rename a stream, I'm all for it. And I also appreciate the idea that we should be able to pronounce it. And our phonetic pronunciation, that is secondary, and that is what is in parentheses, because we are second and they are first. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Kim, let's go to Zoom participants, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Hi there, Ken Greenwood, District 532. General Creek, indeed. Forest Service firefighting station back in 1974 when I was living at the Frederick's house, which has now been torn down, on Fallen Leaf Lake, working for the Forest Service. We had a big party there. And Tom, God, what was his name? Tom Andrade bet that $50 that he could drop a tree on a beer can. And that's my memory of General Creek. Little did I know and think at that time and haven't given it a thought since. How'd that name come about? I have no idea. The new name, if you will, which is the old name, is, I think, appropriate. But it's hard to spell, if you will. And so the correct spelling in parentheses underneath or on top seems appropriate. Since this kind of sounds like already a done deal, I get it. I hope this, the general that it's named after, I have no idea who that is. Hopefully he was a good general, if you will. But there is a lot of prehistoric, to us, history there in Tahoe, and we should preserve that, honestly. And this is definitely a case of who was there first. I think we should go with this, but make that suggestion to have it shown both ways, if you will. But yeah, General Creek. And then Forest Service removed that fire station, and it was within the state park, I believe, on a lease agreement. But those are back in the good old days. Anyway, thank you for some history and a reminder that the Native Americans are and were just that. They are the original occupants of this land. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Well, if anybody has seen my last name and tried to say it, they would probably understand why a phonetic spelling is a great idea. In fact, we have done a business name that is spelled phonetically, Nalevia, because nobody can Google search it under the actual authentic spelling that comes way back in the Polish days. So I would agree in the aspect of being able to pronounce things, and as an identifier, as a Google search, what that somebody is looking for, I can attest from personal experience, if it is that far off of our English, and no disrespect to the language, but that is the language majority of our land, I think that's a great idea. On a side note, I will call Squaw Valley until the day I die. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Kathy Lishman here. I just have a question. When names are changed and someone is used to the old name, is anything done to help them find it somehow? If someone is looking for General Creek, are they able to find it after the name is changed?
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, Lyle Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. I support you supporting the change in the name. You can look it up. The California State Parks has a great press release. They give you the phonetic spelling, which I may butcher, Doc May Am Wa Ha. But it is the original name, and I think General Phillips, you can look that up there, it's in the article, wasn't a general. He was one of the first mining prospectors during the gold rush in Georgetown. And so, the connection is a little tenuous to the Lake Tahoe area. And that was his nickname. He wasn't anybody that served in the military or anything, as far as I can tell. And there are actually two folks with the same name, and they were both miners in Georgetown, so they're not even sure which of those, William or Robert, I think it might be, General Phipps, if I'm saying the name correctly, have trouble pronouncing that English name. So I just think these are steps in the right direction and spelling it phonetically. And including a little history, how names evolve, and all of that will be part of the Park Service's signage. So it just feels like a win-win for everybody. I was able to attend last year's cultural gathering by the First Peoples of the Lake Tahoe area, and they are definitely, working on bringing back culture, sharing it with everybody. I encourage folks to go to that gathering. And they had lots of names, hard to say, but phonetically spelled for those of us challenged with pronouncing other languages. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for any further comments or questions.
If there's no further comments, I would like to recommend that the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a letter of support for the name change from General Creek to Duke May Amwata, and suggest they add a phonetic reference to help the public pronounce the name correctly.
All right, before we go there, I just want to make a couple comments.
Is there a
I
second?
didn't get a chance. Hang on just a minute.
Well, you have to get a second.
All
I'll
right,
second
let's
for
get a second.
discussion.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. All right, the biggest thing is this going to be the new norm? I mean, is there other creeks that are going to be named in the future? Because a lot of the Native, Americans were here prior to anybody was here. Our family arrived here in 1838. And basically that property was purchased by we did 35,000 acres was a Spanish land grant. So this is some of my concerns, and I understand that, but I mean, is this going to impact, if we do this, is it going to impact future namings is what I'm concerned about.
It's, yeah, I mean, I don't see everything being renamed, but I do see the importance of some things being renamed. And that this is just one small creek.
I would add that the legislation that kind of prompted all this and, it was focused on the SQ term, but it also references any geographic features with offensive or derogatory names. So I guess I'd answer your question, Supervisor Turnbull, by saying yes and no. I think there's a limit to what is contemplated under this legislation, but it's hard to say exactly how widespread that might be, because it is, again, it's supposed to be limited to geographic places that contain offensive or derogatory names.
Okay, all right. All right, any other discussions or comments? Anything, Brian, you got anything to say?
Said what I wanted to say.
No?
I've said what I want to say.
So
It's fine.
let me ask, so instead of phonetically, if it's Wave Creek should be identified on that sign somewhere instead of, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you not my thoughts on that, but I will share with you the Washoe tribe's thought on that, is that if you put the English translation next to the Washoe word, people will use the English translation. So the point is to try to get people to say the name correctly. And that's why I really like the idea of putting the phonetic pronunciation next to it, not the translation. The translation will be referenced in other signage that'll be on the property that talks about the history. So that will be identified, but we really want people to use the Washoe name in naming the creek. And again, I mentioned too that the Washoe are losing within their own tribe, they're really struggling to maintain their language. And so this is also an opportunity to really kind of embed that in the culture that exists in Tahoe. There is a lot of support for the Washoe tribe in the basin. There's a lot of recognition of the good that they provided decades before, centuries before the white person arrived. And we're even going back to some of the traditions of the Washoe people with regards to vegetation and burns. And so the Washoe people are very much a part of our culture in the basin. And I, strongly support this particular item.
I'm going to ask a probably county council question. probably not, I'm gonna regret asking this, I know it. If the board should decide and vote against sending the letter, can just Supervisor Lane and I send a letter on our letterhead, so it's not on behalf of the whole county?
I don't think there's anything that would prevent you from doing that, but I think that the process envisions that there be comment provided by the local agency. Again, if it comes from one or two supervisors, that would not be reflective of the desires of the local agency.
Yeah, I'm trying to decide if I'm willing to die on this hill. And I
Alright.
really, I'm having, what you just said about changing the language, I have almost a bigger issue with that because we are an English speaking society. It's our primary language and it should have an English version of what that word means. And so if you're willing to, I guess, include that on your motion that it's, has the native word or with the, or Wave Creek with the native word underneath it, I would probably be willing to support that.
Well, that would be contrary to the desires of the Washoe tribe, whom I represent in
Right.
this district totally. The Wave Creek will be identified on other signage in the area, but the desire to have the true Washoe name be the name of the creek is what is before us. And I support that. And that's why your idea of the phonetic, how do you pronounce that, will be very important to making sure that, the Washoe people are respected in that particular way, with the translation being in other signage in the area. So
Yeah,
remember,
most of these areas are really good about having interpretive signage up
Yeah.
to explain the history and stuff, so.
yeah, and it'll
that's
be
very well done.
along the trails, and it'll be referenced for sure, but we want people to be able to call the creek by its Washoe name. Ukmeamwata.
Yeah, and I understand that, but you got to understand all other tribes have different language too. They don't speak the same language as the Washoe tribe.
Right.
I'm telling you, because I'm Cherokee and Choctaw and also Miwok. So, and there's all different languages that
Yeah.
are spoken. So.
Yep. But the Washoe language and the Washoe tribe in the basin is our only tribe that we work with routinely. They have government liaisons now. They're very much involved in everything that we do up there. And this is, I really would like to ask you to not die on that hill, because this is important to the basin. And I can't express that more strongly.
Okay, should we call
Right.
for the vote then?
So we got a motion and a second. So all those in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
I'm going to say aye. We've done the Wakamatsu. We've done others. My biggest concern is the language and how many more languages maybe we have to learn someday. But anyway, I'm going to support it.
No, I will too. I think it means more to you than me. So like I said, I wish it wasn't. I wish we could put an English version, but
Yeah,
I'm gonna-
and that's my concern too. And I agree with Brian. I says, is this going to be the new norm? So anyway,
See.
I'll go ahead and support that.
Got it.
So anyway, so I guess we have a
5-0.
5-0
5-0.
vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good
suggestion,
conversation.
Good
Good
conversation. Yeah.
All right. So let's go to item number 19, Kim.
Item number 19 comes from Supervisor Turnbull, recommending the board approve the following. 1, authorize the chair's signature on the proclamation to recognize Veterans Day and to honor our veterans. 2, proclamations will be presented on both the west and east slope of the county.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and read the proclamation. On this Veterans Day 2025, there is a solemn recognition that in the fight against evil, there is no middle ground, no neutrality, no negotiation. Today, we come together and honor all men and women of the United States Armed Forces who for the past 20 years, or 250 years, have demonstrated fierce bravery and unwavering commitment to stand against oppression, training, despotism in defense of liberty and freedom. So whereas we gather at El Dorado County Veterans Monument to honor and offer our deep gratitude to the veterans of the United States Armed Forces who served and sacrificed, continues to ensure the United States is a shining beacon of freedom and the world struggling under the weight of oppression and training. And whereas our country draws her strength from 8.5 million veterans and their families who bear an untold burdens of military service. As our veterans safeguard the blessings of liberty and defend our shores in the fight of the demons and despotism, whereas they threaten freedom and humanity, it is those in the home that nurture community and families while fighting fear and loneliness as the grind, complexity, and the weight of everyday life. And whereas we offer our deep and heartfelt thanks to our veterans and their families for recognizing the peace and quality of life that we deeply and freely enjoy in hard-won and secured through our dedicated patriotism and sacrifice. Now, therefore, be proclaimed the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado recognizes November 11, 2025 as Veterans Day and calls upon the citizens of El Dorado County to observe and appreciate the sacrifice and contributions of our veterans and their families. Passed and adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of El Dorado as a regular meeting held the 4th day of November 2025. So I'm going to, Brian Veerkamp, I'm going to hand you this proclamation. You're going to be reading it on Veterans.
On Veterans Day. Thank you. George.
All right. Okay, any comments from the board?
Happy to distribute. Read this
That's all right.
proclamation
Tongue-tied too.
and proud to represent the board on Veterans Day. And I think, Brooke, you're doing the same in Tahoe.
Yes.
Yeah, but apparently I don't have a proclamation to write.
George,
you have it memorized?
one,
It didn't-
I've
we
got
expect
one
you to
here.
memorize
I can give you
I'll
if you
memorize
want. We can give you.
We
one.
expect more from you, Brooke.
Yeah, exactly.
You'll need an original.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So I just want to think it's, a lot of my family from the Revolutionary War all the way through, wars, current wars and stuff. A lot of my nephews and stuff that, have fought for this country. So especially my father, what he has endured, and my great grandfather, my grandfather and my great uncle. So, and my uncle too, so what they endured. So anyway, it's a great honor to be able to do this proclamation.
Absolutely.
All right, let's open it up to public comment. Come on up, Chris. I knew you were going to speak.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 19. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, representing the historical groups of El Dorado County. Just wanted to give a context in terms of Veterans Day. Originally known as Armistice Day, it's a federal holiday of the United States observed annually on November 11th for honoring military veterans of the United States Armed Forces. It coincides with holidays in several countries, including Armistice Day and Remembrance Day, which also occurred on the anniversary of the end of World War I. Major hostilities of World War I were formally ended at the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month of 1918, when the Armistice of Germany went into effect. At the urging of major U.S. veteran organizations, Armistice Day was renamed Veterans Day on 1954. The proclamation is flowery, it's very thorough, and I'm glad you're taking these additional efforts in order to get the word out, both in the two locations. Thank you very much for honoring me as U.S. Navy. I am certainly proud to be an American citizen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else like to speak on this item? Come on up.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board. My name is Joel Ellenwood. I'm speaking on behalf of Indivisible El Dorado. And I wanted to commend you on this proclamation. We have dedicated our November newsletter to honoring veterans. We are sponsoring a food drive on behalf of veterans in El Dorado County. And we will be sponsoring a holiday meal for the Christmas holiday for veterans in El Dorado County. So I wanted to share that with you and say that as an organization, we strongly support our veterans and the struggles they're undergoing in the current environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else want to speak on this item? Come on up. All right, let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Now taking public comment from iPhone.
Yes, hi, Kelly Nalavaya, El Dorado Hills, District 1. Thank you so much for recognizing our veterans. I honor my father, who had just become a newly graduate from medical school, who was sent to Okinawa to witness in some of the most horrific medical injuries, deaths, and all of that. My son-in-law, 8 years served, 3 deployments, now a resident of El Dorado County. He's a proud resident of El Dorado County. And what I could advise is the number one way all of you can honor a veteran is to fight for what they fought for, which is the Constitution of the United States. And when you're thinking about all that's going on in our county, our state, and our federal, is to always go back to that oath to defend the Constitution of the United States. That would be the greatest gift you could give any veteran, to know that everything they did was not in vain. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly.
Now taking public comment from 525. I see you're unmuted, but we're not hearing anything. Now taking public comment from 390.
Good morning, board. Ken Greenwood here from 5325, whatever it is. Anyway, Veterans Day, Armistice Day, Remembrance Day, 11th hour, 11th day. My grandfather was in the Army in World War I, got some gas, never really healed from it, but did well enough. President of La Cumbre Country Club, not bad, actually, down in Montecito. Anyway, and that's how my mom and dad met, but that's another story. My father was a veteran in World War II. Actually, he was stationed in Montecito, California, with the field artillery. And then later went to the European theater and was on his way to Japan when the VJ Day was. My Uncle Kenneth, my namesake, or I'm, however that works, was Memorial Day, if you will, because he did not make it back. We are a Gold Star family. Anyway, I've been to virtually every celebration, if you will, or pardon me, observance of Veterans Day since the monument opened there on up on Fair Lane. it's always moving. It's always wonderful to respect our veterans on that day at that location. It is a special place. And thank you to Rich Buchanan for all his work on that through the years. Anyway, fully support it. Thank you very much, and see you there.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, can you hear me? Is it unmuting? No? Oh, well. Try a different number. I don't know what's wrong.
Hello, Kathy Lishman. I just wanted to remind everybody about the monument that the city has created at the corner of Main Street and Bedford for the, it's a Vietnam memorial that we created in a garden to honor the local young men who lost their lives as the result of the Vietnam War. Thank you.
525, if you want to try to raise your hand again, unfortunately, the sound in the room went out, so we could hear you. Okay, there is no additional public comment.
All right. So I'll bring it back to the board.
Move.
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Yeah, I would like to take a 5-minute break and then we can come back to item number 20. Okay. All right, I'm going to wait for Lori to get back. That's all right. Okay, all right. So go ahead and move to item 20. Kim?
Item 20 comes from Supervisor Turnbull, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution opposing Proposition 50.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I brought this back, even though was 2 weeks ago, and the decision to bring this forward is because of, our DA and our sheriff. But I have some problems with it too. And let me read a little something here. Back in 2008, California voters approved Proposition 11 to take redistricting power away from the politicians and give it to an independent citizen commission. That passed in a high turnout election with 79% of the voters participating. Then in 2010, voters approved Proposition 20, which expanded the same independent commission to include congressional districts too. A yes on new Proposition 50 would change the state constitution and take away power away from the Independent Citizens Commission, putting it back into the hands of the politicians. A no vote keeps it away from the way voters originally wanted their fair maps drawn by regular citizens, not career politicians. That is the reason why I brought this forward today. And that is one of the reasons why I'm voting no on Proposition 50. The California Independent Redistricting Commission was created to avoid public perception of politically motivated districts, requires amending the current California Constitution, bypasses voter-approved independent commission, and denies previously approved districts by independent commission. It incurs the cost of taxpayers' money for holding elections. Districts are also mapped every decade with census data, but not halfway through a decade. Redistricting is personal to me because I almost got removed from my own district when we have maps that were drawn. I was actually put in District 5. And it's a good thing that we had several maps that we could choose from at that particular time. But anyway, it's very, very dear to my heart. And I understand there's a lot of things endured in this, but you got to understand those people in Grizzly Flat right now they will not get any representation, period, because people that end up be redistricting in this, like Ami Berra, doesn't have no idea what it's like to live in a rural area. Plus, not only that, it impacts those people that I've been fighting for, the people in Grizzly Flat, because especially for the individual assistance. So that's going to take away from that. And also Lamafa, the same thing in northern part of the state, especially when it comes to our forest, which I've been really pushing that. Now we have a nursery that's coming back to beautify our forest. But you got to understand, there's a lot of push to move us out of our rural area. That's what they want. And I hope that somebody would actually look into it a little bit deeper. I have, and I see what's going on, especially for the future of our county. Kevin Kiley has been a great asset for us. I mean, there might be a lot of people don't agree with that, but every time he answers, the call, when I call him, his staff is, they get back to me right away. I've reached out when I went to Washington, DC and talked to Lamafa and their staff and all the things that are going on in Northern California. We have a problem in California right now with the high insurance cost. I am working right now to try to make this wildfire insurance a standalone insurance. So that way we can bring insurance companies back to be able to, people can afford it. But right now, there's a problem. And if we don't have the representation for our rural areas, that'll never happen. It'll never happen. So this is one of the reasons why I brought this forward. And also, there was something when you're talking about the RCRC. RCRC supported this, but there was a few members that said it should be up to the voters. But we need to stop this gerrymandering. Is wrong anywhere and dilutes the will of the voter. So that's my concern. So I'm going to bring it to my colleagues. Any comments? Public speak. Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 20. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good morning, Chair Turnbull, and members of the board. I thank you for expressing your comments so passionately. Chair Turnbull, I'd like to, first of all, recognize the voters of El Dorado County as having among the highest participation rate in elections in the entire state of California. We have something like 94% of eligible voters registered, and we have a very high participation rate. But since 2020, as I pointed out in my letter to you, we've had universal vote by mail available to the voters. And that has been the strong preference of the voters of El Dorado County. Something like 93% have voted by mail or by early voting at vote centers since 2020, when that option was available to them. So as we speak today, the voters have had their say. And what the board can contribute at this point in time is will have virtually no impact on the outcome of the election. It is a highly controversial measure, clearly, but what the Constitution requires is that for the independent redistricting commission's work to be temporarily varied, it requires a vote of the people. And that's what's occurring today. And in the ballots that have already been submitted and are being processed, the most recent report was showing 47% of the eligible ballots had already been submitted, but that's and processed, but close to 90% have already been submitted to the elections department. So I would suggest that this board really doesn't have a dog in this hunt. There is no division of communities in El Dorado County. And in fact, the impact on the Tahoe area in District 3 is unified. It's reduced to 3 counties or 4 counties instead of many counties all the way down to Death Valley. And for that reason, I would respectfully request that you defeat this proposed resolution. Thank you.
Ruth Michelson, District 4. So I remember 2 weeks ago what you all said. I remember, and I so appreciated what Supervisor Veerkamp had to say. I thought that was so wise. He said, you know, I think he said, I despise this whole Prop 50 deal, but it's really not county business, and let the voters decide. I thought, wow, that's very principled. Good one. I remember Supervisor Ferraro wondering why we were postponing this for 2 weeks. Why don't we just kill it then? That's how I interpreted what you said. I'm a little less clear specifically, but I think that Supervisor Parlin, my supervisor, didn't even want it on the agenda to begin with. And so here we are. I don't think this is county business. I think it's highly divisive. I don't see the benefit. I don't want to see this county go on record as supporting this resolution, even though it is a moot point. I just don't think it's positive or unifying for you all to take a position on this. And the other comment I wanted to make, Supervisor Turnbull, with your concerns about representation and Grizzly Flats and such, and not getting the assistance that might be needed. I think as a board, you've already done a lot of things to damage your ability to get the assistance that you might need. This is my own interpretation, just as Supervisor Turnbull made his own interpretation. And before you start shaking your head no, I'm going to tell you why. Because let's say that you are a boss and you have two different contracted employees. They're contractors. And you have one contractor who says to the boss, yeah, I'm going to support you. I like what you have to say, might not always agree, but I'm not always going to resist you. I'm not always going to come up in your face and say to you, I don't like you. I don't like what you do. I don't like what you represent. This board, not specifically all you sitting there, but over the years, because I followed the board for many, many years, you like to resist what state government is putting forward. There are those who have put full page ads, or sheriff has put full page ads in resistance to what state government has said. You have written letters against what state government has said. And I'm going to say, you are not going to be the chosen county when it comes time for collaborative assistance, because you have been a thorn in the side of the state government. And there are repercussions for being a thorn in the side. Thank you.
Come on up, Kurt.
Hi there. Good morning. George, you've done heroic work for the people of Grizzly Flats. My great-grandparents had a gold mine up there 100 years plus. But I want to remind you all that, as surprising as it might sound, I want a strong, viable Republican Party in this state. It's important to have an exchange of ideas and differences. It's healthy for our republic, but it's not going to happen so long as the leadership of the Republican Party continues to push extreme candidates and extreme partisan issues. Gavin Newsom could not possibly have been more vulnerable several years ago, after he made major blunders. And who did they put up? Somebody who was way outside the mainstream. And this is another example. You like Kevin Kiley. I've met the guy. He's smart. I would not assume that he needs your help, or that he's not going to get reelected, number one. But it's not the best thing for this body to put itself in a position where it's taking a partisan position. And that's exactly what this is, because all over the area where candidates for Congress who see themselves in a vulnerable spot are now pushing the cause of partisan gerrymandering being a bad thing. Where was Congressman Kiley when this measure came up every single year since 2010? He voted against it each time. This year, he put up a bill that said he doesn't want partisan gerrymandering during a primary. Where did he all of a sudden get this inspiration? Because his seat's in jeopardy. This morning, I get an email from him at public expense reminding me to go vote. It's not a federal issue. It's a state issue. It's to save his rear. So I just think it's bad politics for this body to denigrate the integrity of the Board of Supervisors by putting it as a partisan tool. I would remind you, if anybody wants to take that path, remember that Marshall Hospital is the single largest employer in this town. Thanks to El Dorado Hills, its facilities, its reach is all over. Most of the patients get subsidized insurance thanks to federal programs. They will be damaged tremendously. Already your constituents are getting notices about increases from Blue Cross, Blue Shield, United Healthcare, all of them for about 15% next month. Next year, guess what's going to happen when the bills for insurance for subsidized programs go up 50 to 100% or more? Do you really want your constituents to then say, who did you represent? Did you represent the Republican Party or did you represent us? Because it's going to screw the people of this town just because of the economic impact on healthcare facilities locally. So that's my suggestion to you. Thank you.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Believe it or not, I almost wasn't going to say anything because I thought it spoke for itself. I mean, I think the speakers here have spoke for it. The board, you'll get your chance to speak in a sec, but what I wanted to remember, because after I consolidated all of that sitting there, I thought, you know, what we got to remind everybody is that we don't have a national budget right now. People are suffering on this day, this voting day. They're suffering or are about to suffer because our Congress hasn't taken appropriate action. And I mean, to be able to debate, to come together with some kind of resolution is critical to our standing in the world, as well as it's critical to us individually. That's what's happening today as we talk about this particular proposition. Let's not forget that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Anybody else want to speak on this matter? Let's go to Zoom participants.
Chair Turnbull, before we go to our online participants, the sheriff has his hand raised. Would the
Okay.
board? Sheriff, do you want to go ahead?
Good morning, Board Chairman Turnbull. Yeah, we were supposed to talk about this a couple weeks ago. Many people know that I was part of a letter and I signed a letter that involved 37 other California sheriffs on a no vote for Prop 50. And this is a hot topic because there are those that think that this is, you know, this doesn't relate to public safety, but it does relate to public safety because of the representation that we either have or we're not going to have. And we've all seen the system was devised to separate powers, federal, state, and local. The system was made up so that local, you maintain local control. And we see some of the things that we get that affect public safety and maintaining local control. We see it with the mountain lion issue. We see it with the needle exchange, where we're being told what we have to do. And the decisions are being made for us by people that have no interest in El Dorado County because we don't have the representation. So I just felt I would be remiss if I didn't speak on this because it does affect public safety because of representation or the lack thereof, which we won't have if this passes. They're trying to remove local control away from El Dorado County and put it in the hands of people that have no vested interest in our county. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Yeah, Ken Greenwood here. I don't know. There's been some interesting suggestions. I cannot vote for this particular travesty, because it's TDS all over it. They say it in their ads. They've got all of the most socialist people in our U.S. government in an ad, including AOC and on and on and on, Bernie and that woman, can't remember her name right now. But anyway, bottom line is the most radical people in the Democrat Party are supporting this. That should tell you something. The United States Constitution was set up so that people in rural areas didn't get beat up by the idiots in the city. They had idiots in the city back then. Nothing has changed in hundreds of years as far as, the masses are asses, if you will, and the sheep are easily controlled when they're inside the wire. And that's exactly what part of the plan is. And they talk about 2025 plan or whatever, but the Democrats have their plan too. No gas engines, no this, no that. All the things that we really can't honestly live. We got a storm coming up. We may lose some electricity at this point, or power outages. And so that gas generator, oh, how evil, is going to get us through, and you don't lose all the stuff in your freezer. I mean, real practical stuff. But if you're closer in, less power outages, this, that, and the other thing, and an easier to control citizenry. Back to gun control, if you will. So I don't know, Ford, where do you draw the line as far as recognizing that we've lost our Senate in the state of California 40 years ago. And that's what really destroyed Northern California's ability to block some of the crazy stuff coming out of the urban areas. Because those people are out of touch with meat comes from a supermarket, right? Wrapped in plastic. I don't know. It's a big picture thing. They want to do this, and they're willing to waste $300 million on this. Not their money.
Now taking public comment from Jeanette Maynard.
I don't even know what to say at this point. I'm just going to keep it simple. Jeanette Maynard, Shingle Springs. I respectfully request that you not adopt this hyper-partisan resolution. Your responsibility is to focus on the business of El Dorado County, period. And by the way, Prop 50 is a temporary measure. Okay, so like earlier, you guys never said his name, but McClintock is the one that you can thank for the mess that's going on in Shingle Springs with the tribe. But yet, I guess we're going to vote for him again, huh? Doesn't make any sense. So, quite frankly, I don't want to hear anything about your partisan politics. I don't want to hear about your religious beliefs, and I don't even want to hear about your private life and your family history. Just take care of your immediate business. Stay in your lane. I'm just a little disgusted that this was even brought up. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Karen Wells.
Yes, good morning. This is Karen Wells, and I'm District 4, and I do have a very strong vested interest in El Dorado County, having graduated out of Buckeye Elementary, William Brooks Elementary, and Ponderosa High. And the first time I came before the Board of Supervisors was actually in 1972. This will be my second time. Thank you for your passion in the question of gerrymandering. It's a passion shared by many, including myself. The question regarding gerrymandering via Proposition 50, it was given to the voters to directly answer. And I would side with Supervisor Bierkamp. Regardless of how we feel about Proposition 50, it is not a matter for the Board of Supervisors of El Dorado County. I ask that you please let the voters decide with respect to Proposition 50 and either defeat the measure or withdraw it. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from iPhone. Can you please unmute yourself? Okay, I guess I'll go on to the next. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
Yes, we can.
Oh, great. Lyle Bennett, Koshan, Pollitt Pines, just centering or agreeing with all the folks that are asking you to consider the fact this is a very partisan issue. And I hope that you use whatever's appropriate parliamentary-wise to just not vote on it, table it indefinitely, whatever you want. And again, because it's federal, I would point out that, the last time all of this redistricting occurs, you get a new rep, Kevin Kiley, he's my rep. Agree that he's a smart dude, disagree with most of his positions, but I agree that really this is a national issue and we need to address it nationally. And I just think focus on El Dorado County, and whatever the outcome is, we're always going to have to try to get rural issues in front of representatives that high probability will not come from a rural area, just the way the size of the House of Rep districts are. So again, I just hope that you don't take a position one way or the other. Thank you for taking my comment.
Now taking public comment from Kathy Lishman.
Hello again, Kathy Lishman here. Like I said last week under public comment, I urge you not to make a motion or vote on this. If by chance someone makes a motion and it's seconded, I urge the rest of you to abstain. And if you vote yes on this, I want you to explain how you feel about what the Texas legislature did on this item. Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for any other comments or questions.
Yeah, you ready?
Yeah, go ahead. Beat me up.
Okay, I'll beat you up. You're lucky you're sitting way down there.
Mhm.
I was really sad when I saw this on the agenda last time. I really was. I get it. We're all passionate. Quite honestly, I despise all the gerrymandering that's going on in the country. And I think that what we should do, instead of trying to do anything with the resolution that quite honestly, it's out of our lane as a county board of supervisors. We're supposed to be nonpartisan. It's a divisive topic. I would like us to focus on reaching out. There are some people in Congress that are working on federal legislation to end gerrymandering as a country. I would like us to focus on that instead. So I think that we should do some research onto the proposed bills so far and maybe get behind one and encourage our residents to do so too, because I think that's one thing we all agree on. Nobody appreciates gerrymandering at all. So I'm going to ask the board, please do not take action on this today, meaning nobody make a motion. Let's just let this die and refocus on what's really going on. And it's the gerrymandering, and we should reach out to our federal reps. Hopefully they'll respond and help us with this. It's a bigger issue. And I would like to put our energies into something positive. So that's where I'm at.
So how does a rural county stand on this? RCRC.
RCRC Executive Committee, not the full committee.
Mhm.
So you need to be clear, George.
Okay.
The
How did-
executive
Okay,
committee
so how did they stand? on
voted
it?
to take, and it wasn't unanimous. It's a very divisive issue.
All right.
Yeah, I just, I concur with your comments. We are we're not supposed to be a nonpartisan board. We are a nonpartisan board. And I personally represent all the citizens of District 5. And when they reach out to me for help, or if I reach out to them for help, the discussion is never around what party are you in. It's just not, it's not a thing. That's not how we are to govern. And so there's no way that I'm willing to take a position one way or the other on this item, but rather I think we need to encourage all the citizens of El Dorado County to vote their conscience. And that's our job, is to encourage them to participate in the process. Taking a position on this highly divisive matter when we represent all sides of the coin, not interested, won't do it.
All right. Any comments, Greg?
Yeah, I mean, I had a statement I was gonna read last week, 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago, I was a strong yes on this, and I'll just summarize my statement. Sadly, though, we shouldn't even be having this conversation today. The entire conversation is happening because our leaders are choosing to deepen the divide in the nation and California, pushing an agenda for political dominance rather than unity. The fact remains, though, that conservatives in California are very unrepresented because of gerrymandering that's already taken place. I keep hearing we should stick it to Trump, or Texas did it, so should we, but two wrongs don't make a right. We can, as a state, control how we respond. It's also outrageous to me that we, the California taxpayers, have to foot the bill $300 million for an election when we don't have money to fund Prop 36, which 70% of the voters supported in the state. But suddenly we have excess money for this election. Our governor has continually disregarded the will of the voters. Now he's pushing into redistricting scheme that will split El Dorado County into 3 congressional districts, diluting our voices even further. It's going to be horrible for rural counties across the state who are already underrepresented. Prop 50 is an extremely partisan power play designed to help one man's presidential ambitions. And this will not be a temporary measure. This is not going to be temporary. It's going to continue after 2030. Mark my words. It's going to accelerate the exodus of our state businesses and residents, hardworking taxpayers who feel unwelcome here. And I personally, and I've said this before, tired of losing friends moving to other states with more responsible policies. I know we're not going to influence any votes. We wanted to probably influence any votes 2 weeks ago. But for me, it's a matter of principle, right and wrong. Prop 50 will overthrow the transparent, fair redistricting process California has already established for partisan gain. It's not a temporary fix. It's only going to deepen our divides. I stand with the 37 sheriffs and 30 district attorneys throughout the state. I'm a strong no on Prop 50, but being that it's halfway through election day, I really don't see the need to approve this resolution. If it goes to a vote, I'm going to abstain with the note that I am a strong no on this resolution, or strong no on Prop 50. So, thank you.
Okay. Brian?
Yeah, I said it last time as well. And I totally agree, Greg. You worded it very well. Prop 50 is nothing more than a political divisive power grab. It costs us taxpayers money that we don't have. That's how I personally feel. That's currently what is occurring. But when you listen to everybody else's comments, they are spot on. And it's at a much higher level where this needs to be fixed. And it really needs to be fixed to heal our country, because it's just so divisive. This particular thing obviously could make things even worse. And I think it will for California. But again, for us to weigh in and think we're making a difference, again, all of us represent 30-some thousand people, and they all have their varying opinions. And at this point, they'll vote, and we'll see where it goes. If it doesn't go well, then sometimes people need to learn things for themselves. It just, to me, is so factual on supposedly limited term, And, you know, you can go on down the
Been
list.
lied to before.
Exactly, but I too, at this point, would probably be an abstention. I said it last 2 weeks ago, we shouldn't even be dealing with this issue. Because it really does hurt, it can hurt El Dorado County as well. And we've got to play within what sandbox we've got. And that's tough. I mean, we were seeing what we get dealt right now from the state of California. And it's not good, but I don't think this changes a dang thing. It might even make it worse at this point.
Yeah. And some of the comments that I got is, especially after these horrific fires that we've had, and I've reached out for individual assistance. I even asked for some help from the state of California. There has been none. But they could spend $100 million on this Prop 50, but they can't kick down $1 million or whatever to help the residents of Grizzly Flat. It's beyond me. And also the other residents that were impacted by these horrific fires in California. And one of the comments that Newsom made, he said, the reason why we lost Grizzly Flat is because of climate change. That is not because of climate change. It was the John Muir Foundation that stopped the trestle project. That was one of the reasons why, and it's stated in that, that's why we lost Grizzly Flat. So some of the comments that he has made, you know, he is not been a real big supporter of El Dorado County. And I'm just worried about us losing our representation, especially when it comes to our ag, especially our farmers. And also right now, the farmers in the Central Valley are also standing up against Prop 50 because they're worried about they're going to lose representation too. So it's not just here, it's all over the state of California. So anyway.
Well, Chair, you make a good point. And I think the other thing that was mentioned by our sheriff was a large percentage passed Prop 36, and yet our governor chooses not to fund it. There's many things that our governor has chosen not to do that the voters in California have done, but at that level of politics, I don't see again where we are going to make that big of a difference, especially halfway through the voting
Now
day.
1 o'clock.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, it was the same. So I like I said, what little bit of room we've got to work within the sandbox, we need to preserve and work on better situations where maybe we can have some influence.
So is that a motion?
I think we should let
No
this die.
motion.
Don't make a motion
statement.
and don't make a second. Let it die.
All right. Well, also today is Voters' Day. So it really, like I say, I'm glad that we had this discussion. I wish we could have had the discussion 2 weeks ago. I think it would have been better for all of us and stuff. But my concern is I'm worried, what is El Dorado County going to be like if we lose our representation? You know, I mean, especially are we going to lose our local control? I mean, because that's one of the biggest things and stuff. And I do not like the state dictating what goes on in our county, and especially with all the things that are coming up. So anyway, that's my 2 cents.
So we
Okay,
ready to break for lunch?
So I'm not going to make a motion because it really doesn't make any difference today. But at least we had the discussion. It's how I feel, how Greg feels, and you all feel too. So, and the public. So I think let's see what happens. And you know, when the votes tally.
And we'll
Tonight.
move on.
Break for
Yeah.
lunch.
Okay. Go ahead and break for lunch.
I don't know if the timing would allow for it, but if it's possible to have a closed session, so this way we can maybe hear one of the 2 closed sessions. Sure.
Sounds good.
So-
Okay, we could do that.
1 and 2. Okay.
Yeah, we go.
Okay.
Lunch is on hold.
Well, I see Supervisor Lane may have some time constraints, so I don't want to.
Binging. Well, if it doesn't go past 12 minutes, I mean, I gotta get out
Got it.
of the building.
Done. So we just need to hear the comment on closed session.
Closed
I'll
session.
I'll
You have to
read
do
quickly.
the closed
We are now
session.
taking public comment specifically on closed session items. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press star 9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Come on up, Chris.
Chris Payne, Dennis Springs. Last week, closed session was called. I came up and made a comment. County Council responded to my comment, said he couldn't speak to the individual items that was on the agenda. Believe it or not, I already understood that. I knew that I couldn't ask him. I've heard him many times speak to this issue. What I wanted him to say was give us a little 101 training on what it means when an item is in the closed session and has specific words associated to it. Last week, there were 5 in a row that all had the specific keywords that I just wanted to know what that was all about, generally, not to the specifics of that item. I just feel like that's a necessity. It helps people understand what's going on a big picture perspective. And yet I left here feeling unfulfilled. You wouldn't want me to leave here unfulfilled, right? Okay, thank you very much for the time.
All right, let's go to Zoom participants, Cam.
Now taking public comment from online participants. There's no additional public
All
comment.
right, so we'll go ahead and recess to closed session and we'll be back at 1 o'clock.
Go fast.
Greetings, El Dorado County. The Board of Supervisors is now to resume our regular session, beginning with open forum. Open forum is a time the public to comment on any item that's not on the agenda today. County Council, any report out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board heard item number 25 and there's no action to report out.
All right, thank you for that. All right, Kim, will you please open it up for public comment on open forum?
We are now taking public comment on open forum. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Come on up, Linda.
Good afternoon. I'm reading from Paradise, Lizzie Johnson. I'm from District 2, George Turnbow's area. Kevin, the bus driver, cranked open the bus door. A 20-year-old preschool teacher gratefully boarded bus 963. Her car had run out of gas. Kevin finally got a glimpse of the crossroads. Vehicles were crammed into every lane. Panicked drivers wouldn't let the bus emerge. Everything ahead of them was ablaze: houses, trees, shrubs, an inferno of vegetation. A truck cut out around the bus and blocked a lane of traffic. Kevin accelerated into the space and made a wide turn onto the evacuation route. Kevin swung bus 963 onto the road and hit the gas. "We're moving," he exclaimed. As the bus rolled downhill, the black sky lightened slightly. Dan Ray Cummings covered Waste Management's route through Magalia and Sterling. His boss called him, "Get the hell out." Dane had received a brand new truck that drove like a Cadillac that seemed fairly fireproof. He wanted to finish the route to check on his customers. He saw it as a dirty duty to make sure that all had arrived safely and evacuated. Dane knew that power had gone out on the ridge. If residents couldn't manage to open their garage doors, some of them wouldn't be able to leave. Margaret Newsom was 93 years old. She'd never eaten much sodium and had stopped driving at 90. She attributed her longevity to these factors. "You make your life what you want it to be," she liked to say. "What the heck are you doing here?" Dane asked her. "My caretaker went down to Chico and she can't get back up here." Dane helped collect her 3 prescriptions and her walker. He threw Margaret over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes and, huffing and puffing, carried her back to the trash truck. "It's against your company rules to have a passenger," Margaret protested, not wanting Dane to get in trouble. "I don't care," he replied. "I'm not going to leave you here to die." Now I'm going to pause for a minute from reading in hopes that you are visualizing the conflagration in Paradise. I hope you can see it. Diamond Springs, a federally designated community at risk, is primed to become another Paradise. Yet you, the Board of Supervisors, have allowed a system under SB 35 to develop 3-story residential units with no apparent regard for the inefficient roadways available to evacuate the increase in population and vehicles, let alone the existing one-way out, one-way in narrow roads, all emptying into 2-lane historic Pleasant Valley Road. A system that does not demand Fire, Department of Transportation, OES, and other agencies to share concerns regarding public safety. A system that doesn't include public input, but rather allows the planning director alone to approve projects with no appeal.
Thank you.
As I said, I hope you can visualize this. Thank you very much.
Anybody else want to speak on open forum? Come on up. All right, I don't see anybody. Let's go to Zoom participants. Kim?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from 390.
Well, not a very busy day here on Open Forum. Ken Greenwood, Triple Junction, Sly Park. Yes, she makes a very good point about this problem of state mandates violating state laws and guidelines for evacuation, et cetera, et cetera. That's an interesting point, and I think that that's something that in our hopeful challenge of SB 35 and other sorts of high density, non-roadway based planning directives, I think we have a case there. We meaning county should look into it. Hate to go back to item number 12, but didn't get a clarification on the season. What May 1st through November 1st actually means, or November 1st to May 1st. That seems overly restrictive. Anyway, as always, I'm going to remind you of what we were promised and what we got. Remember the Christmas tree. 1 mile radius notification for cell towers. Please, please. If they're good for the goose, they're obviously good for the gander. And so people should know that it's coming their way, no matter how they feel about it. Public notice is good. You get a better project. You find out what the dog bills are, if you will, early on in the process. And hopefully people will just back out of something that's bad because of the overwhelming public comment leading up to that. Are we done here or what? Or is that just coughing? Anyway, yes, I don't have much more to say, if you can believe that. Thank you very much.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hola, yo puedo hablar un poquito español. Hi, I can talk a little Spanish. I would just like to point out that there is no official language in the United States, and that California has laws that mandate access for folks that speak languages other than our majority English language. And El Dorado is compliant because you do translate your website into other languages. And so I applaud that, but I just want to make sure that we understand that, and I'm a retired teacher, and the more languages you can speak, hey, the better off you are in terms of brain development. So je peux parler français. I could speak a bit of French, and my dad's hometown, Quebec, is legally bilingual, and we're moving in that direction. And I think California will be better off as we add more languages to our curriculum and our government and everything else. So just trying to clarify that. Also, I do think that listening to the points about cooperating with all agencies is important. So Supervisor Turnbow, at some point, perhaps you'd like to ask staff to give a full accounting. Sure, Grizzly Flat did not receive enough support, but it did receive millions of dollars from FEMA to repair infrastructure and water and all of that. So not enough, but hey, let's recognize what they did. And the state of California established a Caldor Assistance Fund. And yeah, a lot of it went to other areas, rightly, like Tahoe, but some of it got spent in Grizzly Flat, reimbursing infrastructure, debris removal, and the California Conservation Corps, which my children were in decades ago. They showed up along with FEMA folks. So let's give a little credit to our partners. We're all in this together. And just to end, I grew up in San Diego, and if you go online and try to figure out how to speak Jamacha, which is a community, a road, etc., you're going to say Jamacha. And we could always tell you're not a local because we pronounce it like they do in Spanish, Jamacha. So thank you for taking my comment.
There's no additional public comment.
All right. Well, thank you for your comments. So I guess we'll go ahead and move to item 23. Kim?
Item 23 comes from Planning and Building Department, Planning Division, Long Range Planning Unit, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution of intention to initiate the process to propose amendments to various sections of Title 130 and the land use element of the El Dorado County General Plan to implement measures in the housing element.
Okay.
Good afternoon. Tim Pitt, Senior Planner with the Long Range Planning Staff. Here today with, as Kim mentioned, a request for the approval of a resolution of intention allowing Long Range Planning Staff to initiate the process to propose amendments to various sections of the county zoning code and the land use element of the general plan in order to implement measures outlined in the housing element for the purpose of compliance with state law and general plan zoning ordinance consistency. Next slide, please. The housing element is one of 7 general plan elements mandated by the state of California, and it provides comprehensive policy guidance for meeting housing goals and complying with state law. This element also sets forth goals, policies, and programs, also known as implementation measures, to address current and future housing needs for the county. The state mandates that the housing element, including goals, policy, and implementation measures, is updated on an 8-year cycle. The 2021 to 2029 El Dorado County Housing Element was adopted by the Board of Supervisors on August 31st of 2021. And after some revisions was certified by the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or HCD, on May 10th of 2022. The housing element is the only element of the general plan that requires certification by the state, and it must demonstrate, among other things, that the jurisdiction has sufficient zoned capacity to accommodate its share of housing needs as determined by the Regional Housing Needs Assessment, or RHNA. Next slide, please. 40 implementation measures were identified in the 2021 to 2029 housing element. After 4 years of having a certified housing element, the county has implemented just over half of those measures and has implemented those measures within the timeframes outlined in the element. Many of the remaining measures are being addressed either through this effort or through the efforts of the board-approved Affordable Housing Task Force. Whereas the Affordable Housing Task Force was tasked with developing policies and ordinances to address affordable housing in El Dorado County, the package from the Long Range Planning Team focuses on implementing measures of the housing element that are specified in state code for compliance with current state housing law. As you can see here, we are proposing to develop amendments to the zoning code that will address 6 of the outstanding implementation measures in the county, included in the housing element. Each of the 6 outlined measures touches a different part of our zoning code, and at least one of them requires an edit to a very specific part of the land use element in the general plan. The 7th item you see there on the slide addresses amendments that are required in our accessory dwelling unit ordinance in order to comply with the most current version of state ADU law. Next slide, please. So why now? What is prompting us to propose this, addressing these outstanding measures a full 4 years before the expiration of our currently certified housing element? Earlier this year, the county's Health and Human Services Agency submitted their Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program Round 6 application to HCD. This program is a critical funding source for HHSA's programs. In addition to this process, as a part of the application, HCD required applicant jurisdictions to provide a list of programs or implementation measures that have not been implemented or have not been implemented according to schedule outlined in the certified housing element. Along with this list, HCD required jurisdictions to provide an action plan for the implementation of these outstanding programs and a timeline for implementation. In August of this year, the county submitted our action plan and timeline to HCD, and this ROI is the first step in the implementation of that plan. HCD has recently formed a housing element implementation team that reviews the status of the county's implementation program. Through that review process, HCD can potentially deem that the county is not showing sufficient progress toward implementation of these measures. And they have the authority to revoke the certification of the housing element, which could have consequences up to and including loss of local planning and zoning control, along with ineligibility for certain state funding. Next slide, please. With that, staff is recommending that the board direct staff to initiate the process of amending Title 130 and the general plan land use element as needed to comply with state law and housing element policy through the approval of the resolution of intention. Staff is available for questions on any of the individual implementation measures or the package as a whole. I believe we do have somebody here from HHSA, Timolyn James. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
All right, I'll bring it back to the board. Any questions or comments at this time? Anybody? Greg? Anybody?
Does the word blackmail come to mind?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, yeah.
So we've reached out, trying to reach out to HCD and have some dialogue. So far, nothing yet, but be nice to just have some dialogue and talk about what may work in urban flat area, doesn't quite work in rural hilly area, but in the meantime, blackmail comes to mind.
Yeah, and looking into research of us, especially SB 3035 and these low income housing is going on. And it says they need to be put in walkable communities. And we live in a rural area. It's completely different than what it is in urban. So my mic, it's on. Yeah. So anyway, it's kind of sad where we're at. It really is, especially when we don't have any say so on some of the stuff that goes on, especially when you're talking about CEQA and going through the CEQA process and some of the issues there. Anybody else got any questions?
I got kind of a question. I got a little nerdy trying to figure this out, to be honest. So on the one slide, it has the scope with the 7 items. Amend the zoning ordinance to comply with state density bonus law code 65915. So I went and got code 65915. It's a 21-page document that has so much gobbledygook in it, right? You're like, what the what? How do you take all of that and get it into our zoning ordinances? And I get that we are being told by the state we have to do this, but I'm just trying to figure out how on earth do. And I know you guys are like, yeah, we have to do that.
Well, let me just clarify again, this step in front of you today is just to, again, get the authority to kind of figure
Start
out
that
that
out.
question. And so we are hopeful that although the state is directing us to do certain things in our housing element and are now, following up with sticks and carrots, in order for us to follow through on those, we are hopeful that there is a little bit of flexibility in the way that we craft that language. There might not always be, so I don't want to, give you false hope. But we're hoping that we're just asking for the ability to initiate that process, the drafting process. And so this is your, kind of first bite at the apple. This obviously we're going to be working on this probably over the course of about a year. And it will be in front of the Planning Commission at a hearing. And then, of course, they'll make a recommendation to the full board and with the actual zoning ordinance amendments in front of you.
Okay. And that's kind of helpful too, to know that you're guessing it'll take about a year, because these are huge laws that are, and I'm sure only bits and pieces apply to our county. You're gonna have to go through and decipher that. And I appreciate that you're gonna be looking for the flexibility. And I know that I think 6591 specifically, if I remember right off the top, says right there at the front, regardless of whether or not we've adopted it, it applies to us. So, you guys, I'm sure have had to be reading through this already to try and sort through it. So, well.
Right. And I think a lot of our intention is, at least with that specific one, is to have our code point directly at state code.
Okay.
One reason, so we don't have to continually update it when they update it.
They make change. Okay. Which they do.
That
So
remains to be seen. It is a large section, but there's just certain specific points in there that we do have to codify in some way.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other comments at this time? I just want to make one other clarification. We did have, each one of us board members did have a meeting with the governor's office, and we pointed out some of our concerns, especially when it comes to the housing element that's going on. And I don't know if you did, but I know I did. I think Brian
I
did.
did.
I think Lori did, but
We all did.
we all did it, except for you.
Right.
But anyway, sorry about that.
Well,
But anyway, and we still haven't heard anything back from them, so I'm a little bit concerned with that too, so.
We're not gonna hear back.
I know, we're not.
They
but,
just take it in. He sent, a very nice staffer. He's very nice,
Yeah. it was
but
nice.
it wasn't the governor himself listening. They did it to appease us. That's really all it was. So,
That's all it was.
yeah.
Anyway, all right. That's all I have to say. So I guess we can go ahead and open it up for public comment.
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 23. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Come on up.
I turned it off. Good afternoon, Frank Porter, with Housing El Dorado and also a 45-year resident of El Dorado County, proudly. First, I want to thank the Affordable Housing Task Force for all of their work over the last many months. I've attended many of their meetings, and also the staff on the work that's been done. There's been a lot of thoughtful discussion, and you're seeing fruits of that today, some of it. I want to start out by just reiterating how severe our shortage is in the county for workforce housing, and the situation isn't getting better. In the first 4 years of the 22-29 housing element cycle, El Dorado County has only issued building permits for 2.64% of the extremely low housing units needed, while issuing nearly 85% of the building permits for above moderate housing. The attached chart that I sent to you in my written report illustrates how woefully slow start we've had to building the attainable housing in El Dorado County. As we have for the past 20 years, El Dorado County, and by the way, I've looked at all the housing elements and tracked the data for 20 years. We've been very good at building above moderate housing while failing at creating attainable housing for seniors who are being priced out of their housing, especially mobile home park residents, and are urgently in need of affordable housing. Local manufacturer, retailing, service employees, school district teachers, classified staff, community service district workers, county agency employees, preschool teachers, and staff who struggle to find affordable housing, many of them your employees, and young adults and families who are in our county who are struggling to find affordable rental housing or trying to figure out how to get the down payment together for their first home. So I'm going to jump to a couple of technical points at this point. Regarding the ROI, it's basically a work plan. It's not really a county ordinance. And 2 suggestions. Most of all, especially items, when you look at items A, C, D, E, F, and G, which is most of them, they correctly seek to bring the county's current ordinances and language into compliance with current state law. Accomplishing this should not require a great deal of time, candidly. To help meet the urgency of building more affordable housing, we recommend that the Board of Supervisors amend the ROI and include a date certain for these items to get completed. So we urge that. Secondly, as you heard from your report, you are woefully behind in implementing the 40 measures that were built into the current housing element. In fact, half of them haven't been implemented. And I would argue many of the ones that have been are not really wholeheartedly been implemented. There was a lot of work that went into that, a lot of thought, and the problem is that there's no built-in the deliverable timelines get extended. I would urge you to start putting in some teeth into your proposals with time certain dates for things to get done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. So I'm still here in the board chambers, and obviously this item 23 and the next item 24, it seems that they could have been brought together for staff, for the ease of staff. But since they are split up, they give me two opportunities to come to the podium. The first one has to do with what constitutes objective standards. It seems to me that that's a subject that that goes into the discussion that we've previously had here in the board chambers about SB 35 and SB now 79, of which I just brought up, and it's kind of peculiar. 79 is a state law recently signed by Governor Newsom. It mandates and overrides local zoning laws to allow for higher density residential development, mid-rise apartment buildings of at least five to 9 stories within a half-a-mile radius of qualifying transit stops. Now, I've gotten deeper into this, and so it may not pertain to us, but that's a question that your board is going to have to deal with, of whether it does pertain, because to have a apartment complex with 5-story, when now we're dealing with, on a community perspective, 3 stories, as Diamond Springs has been inundated with those type of projects, I think is atrocious to the community. Now, it's related to the complexity of what staff has before you today. I think we've done a good job. I mean, in terms of a county that really didn't want this type of regulation, mandated type of regulation, to administer before us, before your board, with staff's work, other items that now we can say is finished. We've finished them. But there is the review periodically that we have to obviously keep up with what is the mandate. So my own comment is you got to be careful of what you wish for, and you got to be careful for what we end up with. Certainly, we didn't know there'd be a possibility of a single lot to have 3 or 4 residences on a single lot never being planned. So can we have a general plan that we currently have? Probably not. Let's move everything to the tribe. I think that's a possibility. All this will go to tribe. Thanks.
Anybody else want to speak? Bill, you want anything you want to say?
No, I'm retired.
Okay, all right. Okay, let's go to Zoom participants.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Robert Williams.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Bob Williams, Chairman of the Planning Commission and District 2 Planning Commissioner. Supervisors, I had the honor to represent El Dorado County several weeks ago at the 94th California County Planning Commissioner Association meeting. At that time, as you might expect, state mandates was a very heavy discussion. There very clearly is not a clear-cut approach. However, I can assure you that there are counties that are taking a very different approach and an approach of resistance to the state mandates, contrary to what I am perceiving our position is right now with our planning staff. I would ask you to consider the fact that there are counties out there that are being very, very innovative in terms of their approach. Also, in the process of these meetings, we were able to see some very innovative housing alternatives, some that could apply here, including permanent small housing that would reduce with minimum impact. But there's a lot of innovation out there. But we have to get into a situation where the planning staff and planning commission and volunteers and citizens work together to find these solutions and not get into a lockdown position that it is mandated and now all ministerial, and there's no such thing as appeals. There are alternatives very, very, very clearly. The commission had requested Karen Gardner and staff to arrange a workshop for us to just talk about the philosophies of SB 35, so we can help lock down and inform the public and also identify some of these alternatives and then bring them back to you supervisors. Ms. Gardner has declined to put those items on our agenda. More of that on later on, but I guess my final point is that I endorse long-range planning's attempt to move this thing forward. It's critical that we talk about it, but I ask that you also direct long-range planning to work with the planning commission hand in hand, and not just have the commission involved after the fact. Thank you so much.
Now taking public comment from 390.
Excuse me. Ken Greenwood here, Upper Sly Park Road, Lower Sly Park Road, pardon me. Anyway, yes, blackmail, kind of what I was getting at earlier, that and I don't know how this really forces people into the urban areas, but I'm sure it's part of the plan. But is this being driven by SB 35 at this point, or what? If some clarification on that would be good to know, I think, for decision makers and the public. I know we've always had to have a housing element, but is where it's going now due to recent legislation, is that the primary driving force? Yes or no? Could hopefully clarify that for some of us. Anyway, good luck on all this and more. Commissioner Williams, regarding working with the commission instead of doing pre-hearing workshops and such like that would probably be a very good idea. Kind of like lots of good notice for projects and such like that. Thank you very much.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Lael Bennett, Koshan, Pollock Pines. Joined in the thanks to all involved, task force and various volunteers and citizens in writing up the plan. I do hope that you give specific attention to the three, well thought out ideas from the El Dorado housing, and specifically that you get clear timelines and deliverables on the 40 specific measures that are already in previous plans, and then add having a review and progress to date, just seeing how are we doing. We talk a lot about data, and you also talk a lot about local control, and if you don't start catching up, as was pointed out by your staff, there is some consequences and teeth in how the state is looking at approaching affordable housing. And then also their last item about achieving, having a time-specific report to you about how is the county doing with its regional housing needs assessment, which I'm assuming probably needs updating to stay consistent with changing needs. Thank you for your hard work on this. Look forward to hearing your conversation.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, so I'll bring it back to the board for any other comments or questions.
I just want to make sure, I want to clarify something in my mind and a question as well with regards to height and affordable housing. But my clarification is the reason why we're going through this is because we've applied for funding. And as part of that application, it required a plan. We've submitted that plan. And now we're trying to do some work behind the scenes to try to come up with an implementation plan, of which updating 130 is part of that. Do I have that pretty straight?
Basically, to maybe separating the two, but they're interrelated.
Right.
So we have our housing element. We have committed to implementing certain measures or programs in our housing element. So that's one piece. HCD certified that. We don't want them to withdraw their certification. That would have massive impacts on our county and our decision-making ability. So there's that. And then there's funding opportunities. HCD has kind of integrated questions into funding applications, one of which is HHSAs,
Yeah.
which is at issue today, but there are other funding applications where HCD and others within the state government have gotten creative and added questions that ask whether we've implemented our housing element according to schedule. And so one of which is SB1. There are a couple others that I think we included in the Legistar text. But what is in front of us right now is the HHSA's funding application, which does have, you know, a carrot and a kind of a stick associated with that. We provided an action plan that lays out our approach to how we're going to implement the measures that we haven't implemented to schedule in our housing element. And we have to check in and report out, I think it's the end of January 2027 on how we're accomplishing those tasks. So it's two separate, but sort of interrelated.
Okay, that's helpful. That's more clear than the way I was approaching it. So thank you for that. And then is it appropriate to comment now about density with regard, or height and density, they go together, with regards to affordable housing, or should that be the next item? Somebody mentioned, oh, maybe it was Mr. Porter mentioned that.
You're talking about SB 79.
Yeah, no, well, yes, thank you, Mr. Payne. Yeah, so is that better to be talked about in the next item? Is it more appropriate? It sounds like it is. I'm talking myself into it. I'll talk about it at the next item.
I do that frequently. We can try to address some of it now. If not, Rob can probably catch it in the next one. But like we said, this is just an ROI. More specifics will come later when we have the actual policies, the actual verbiage that we are proposing.
Okay, yeah, I think my comment would be better in the next item.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Well, and two, when you guys are going along the way and the path of updating and you get to any, forks in the road or decision things, it'd be great if you could touch point with us along the way instead of us having to do it all at the end every time we do these big things.
We're not just going to go away for a year
Yeah,
and not talk to you about this. We'll be, we have monthly check-ins. We'll be talking to you throughout the process.
I think that'd be
The same
helpful
with the
too.
planning commission.
Yeah.
I got a question. How much funding do we get? Goes to do you know?
I'm sorry, I can't hear
How
you.
much funding goes to HHSA? How much is? No, how
I
much it is?
believe since 2019 up to present, it's close to $6.5 million, I believe.
Okay,
But
so
I would ask
Yeah.
HHSA to come up and talk about the specifics on the
I
funding
got a
piece.
question
'cause-
I got to ask. Can we use some of that money that's there to help the residents in Grizzly Flat?
I'm unsure of what the ties are to that funding. That might be more appropriate for HHSA to address.
Yeah, my understanding from HHSA is that the grant app or the funding application that we're talking about today, that those funds are used to fund the navigation center. But I think someone from HHSA should
It's a
answer that
housing-
question.
It's about housing. That's why I was asking that question.
Good afternoon, Board. Timlin James, Health and Human Services. So this particular application is the HAP 6 application. And I will add a slight caveat since the application was submitted. Now that we are potentially going a different direction with our navigation center and trying to get away from the constraints of HAP funding, while the application has been submitted, if awarded, that would come before your board to make the determination whether or not HHSA were to accept the funds with the requirements attached. Specifically, in answer to your question, could it go towards Grizzly Flats? This is the funding that a portion of it is the HHSA funds and a portion of it is the Continuum of Care funds, COC funds. So while funding can be made available for transitional housing, it wouldn't be to build permanent housing.
Okay, so that's all it's for then? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, yeah, for homeless and homeless prevention.
All right.
Yeah,
Okay, thank you.
thank you.
Different.
All right, any other questions from the board? All right, so bring it back.
So I would move approval of the Planning and Building Department's request to begin proposing amendments to various sections of Title 130 and the land use element.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
To be clear, that was to adopt the resolution of intention.
Yeah. That's what it said.
Yeah, all right, so let's go ahead and move on to item two. Well, actually, that's at 2:00, so
Yep.
can we go ahead and move closed session and get this one?
It's your prerogative whether you want
Yeah,
to do
let's-
closed session,
let's
we
do-
can do that, or if you wanted to do your to and from, whichever.
Let's go ahead and close session. Sure. Okay, so we'll be back. County Council, any report out?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board heard item number 26 and there's no action to report out.
All right, so let's move to our 2:00 time allocation, item number 24.
Item number 24 comes from Planning and Building Department, Economic Development and Administrative Division, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign a resolution of intention amending Article 3, Chapter 130.31, Affordable Housing Density Bonus to include additional affordable housing approaches.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair, board members. Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning, and as of recently, part of the Economic Development and Administration portion of our department. As you heard in the previous item, the county's housing element addresses housing needs and resident of unincorporated areas of El Dorado County through May of 2029. Specifically, implementation measure HO 37 directs the county to develop an affordable housing ordinance that will encourage and assist development of housing that is affordable by considering a variety of housing policy tools, and it speaks specifically to considering inclusionary housing. To that end, on April 2nd, 2024, the board adopted Resolution 0462024, establishing the Affordable Housing Task Force, which I'm going to refer to as Task Force, to assist in the gathering of data, information, and best practices, and to work collaboratively with staff to utilize and input to develop recommendations to the board. The responsibilities include recommendations to be delivered in 2 phases, the first of which is what we're here to discuss today, which is a recommendations for an affordable housing ordinance. The second of which is an affordable housing strategy, and that'll come later, and we'll have many other inputs and will inform our, next update of the housing element. The task force is comprised of a 5-member committee. Currently, there are 4 members with a recent vacancy. All of those members are in attendance today, and so they will be here to help provide insights and additional clarity on the matter should we need to get into those discussions. Currently, the task force makeup is as follows. The chair is Chris Westlake of Westlake Consulting, LLC. The vice chair, which is recently vacant, was held by Sean McDermott, former director of forward planning from Lennar Homes. And so I'd like to just put a thanks out for his efforts and time in that matter. And he was a full participant up until the point of the recommendation that you're seeing today. And we will be seeking a new member in that spot, and also to appoint a new vice chair. Vance Gerard, legislative advocate, North State Building Industry Association. Mia King, Senior Vice President, Related California, and Bill Roby, former nonprofit director. So on April 8, 2025, the board held a workshop during which staff and the task force provided a status of efforts up to that point and discussed some ongoing policy considerations around affordable housing and defined relevant terms and concepts. If we need to, we can go back to those terms and concepts. I have that PowerPoint where we can bring those up as we move forward. Staff then sought to obtain direction on potential solutions and priorities for addressing affordable housing challenges in El Dorado County that should be incorporated into an affordable housing ordinance recommendation to the board. So following that, the task force during its regular meetings continued to evaluate a number of topics, including but not limited to both mandatory and voluntary inclusionary zoning policy. Key recommendations from the county's 2022 Affordable Housing Policy Update Background Analysis, which was prepared by BAE Urban Economics and has been presented to this board in the past, and what other jurisdictions are doing, and a variety of financing mechanisms and partnership models for consideration to be included in the proposed recommendations. So staff confirmed with the task force if any outstanding informational items were needed in order for the task force to provide a recommendation of an affordable housing ordinance to the board. And then we continued on with the task force focusing on preparation of a recommendation to the board for the phase 1, which is the affordable housing ordinance. And so today I sit here as long overdue follow-up. I think when we were here in April, we intended to come back in July. Some of that delay is effectively staff changes, including my reassignment as the department lead, working with the task force. So there was some delay in getting that transition done for our staffing. And so we are now returning to present the board with a resolution of intent, 163-2025, which is included in your Legistar packet as attachment B, which if approved and adopted would allow the department to proceed with amendments to Article 3, Chapter 13031, Affordable Housing Density Bonus, and other chapters of the zoning ordinance determined to be relevant and necessary to fulfill implementation of that, the amendments to that chapter. So conforming edits, if you will, throughout the rest of the zoning ordinance. These amendments would include additional affordable housing approaches, meeting the intent of the Housing Element Implementation Measure HO 37 and Board Adopted Resolution 046-2024, directing preparation of an affordable housing ordinance that I previously outlined. So as you heard from staff in the previous item, compliance amendments to the existing housing density bonus law included within Chapter 13031 will be conducted by the long-range planning team. So those are those conforming edits pieces. This ROI intends to incorporate new sections into that chapter dealing with the county's affordable housing ordinance. This ordinance is meant to encourage and assist the development of housing that is affordable by considering a variety of housing policy tools and housing types. In coordination with the task force, the department is also forwarding the board for the board's consideration and in support of the ROI, an affordable housing ordinance recommendation table included in your Legistar packet as attachment C, and that provides further detail and clarification on the identified areas of focus for the affordable housing ordinance. Staff is happy to bring that table up and discuss further and go through that with your board at the conclusion of this discussion. Page 1 in summary includes a component 1, and it is a mandatory affordable housing fee. And so we can go into the components of that section, but I want to make sure that everybody understands there are 3 components to what's on that table. Page 2 through 4 of the table is component 2, and that is alternatives to the mandatory affordable housing fee, which are akin to a voluntary inclusionary zoning policy where it's an incentive-based policy that is, not mandatory, but is voluntary. And then page 5 of the table is existing county affordable housing programs. And the intent there is to make connections between our zoning ordinance and some of the existing policies that we already have so that the reader knows, that these other things are available to them. We don't intend to incorporate each of those programs within the ordinance itself, but to make those connections for the reader. So I guess I'll finish just my statement and then we can go into the table and go through the sections if you'd like, or you can ask questions, whichever you prefer. So the board approval and adoption of the proposed ROI directly supports implementation of the county's housing element and advances the safe and healthy communities strategic focus area. The action represents an important step in the county's broader efforts to address the affordable housing challenge. As stated in the staff memo, it should be noted that in light of recent court decisions, an area of potential legal dispute are challenges to inclusionary zoning ordinances requiring construction or fees of affordable housing as improper exactions. And if we have more questions on that specifically, we can speak to council, but we just want to make you aware that those types of discussions and potential litigations are out there and being challenged in courts throughout the state of California.
Right. And when I read that in the staff report Legistar, I went, so what does that do to these recommendations then? If there's legal challenges on some of these things?
Well, I think we'll have to, we would have to discuss that a little further, but we would have to carefully craft our policies and ensure that they are based on, nexus and studies that, adequately address the proportionality and the nexus of our projects. So I think, we couldn't do it in a, arbitrarily. If we were to establish a fee or establish a program, it has to be based, on a feasibility study or a nexus study. And it can't just be sort of grasped out of the air, if you will.
Okay.
So with that, and I know that's a challenge, there's some uncertainty there, right? But I think our policies and the board's direction was to go this route. So we're trying to navigate all of that. And so we are certainly, and we want to make the board aware of and being mindful of those circumstances out there in the world.
Okay.
And then with that, the Planning and Building Department, Economic Development and Administration Division, recommending the board adopt and authorize the chair to sign the resolution of intent 163-2025, amending Article 3, Chapter 130-31, affordable housing density bonus of the zoning ordinance to include additional affordable housing approaches. And so maybe I can just quickly share my screen and kind of go just quickly over the components that are outlined within the table, and then we can get into specific questions that you all have. Is that fair, or do you want to ask questions now?
Go ahead. We'll
Okay.
probably, yeah. Can we ask questions as we go though? 'Cause
Absolutely. Yes, yes.
otherwise, yeah.
So the first page, as I discussed, is component 1. And so it includes an affordable housing fee. The program structure or the is basically establishing an affordable housing fee that is, it's not only West Slope, it would be for the entire county, but we certainly acknowledge that there are certain considerations in the Tahoe Basin that have to be considered, and there's a lot of efforts going on, and whatever we put together has to align with those efforts. We couldn't do it independent of considering all the things that are happening in Tahoe. It would be required for all multifamily and residential subdivisions, parcel maps potentially, but that we would be looking at the project types and size to be determined. So as an example, if the board wanted to establish that it only applies to projects of 10 units or, we will be determining, or if it's every parcel map, no matter if it's making 2 lots or if it's all the way up, we will have to establish that. We have not gone to that depth now because we want to make sure that we're sort of understanding the board's direction clearly before we go and spend all the time to determine exactly where we land and then come and find out that we've missed the mark. So this is sort of the theoretical components, and the in the weeds sort of how much and how many will have to be determined, and you'll see that sort of throughout the table. The purpose of this particular fund would be a gap funding mechanism to support affordable housing programs and projects. So this fee is not intended to necessarily equate to exact development of units, meaning if there was a project in the way that an inclusionary housing policy would, where you either build 10 or you have some fee that is commensurate to those 10 units. This would be a fee similar to what we've done in some development agreements where we've asked for a per unit a fee, but it would apply to all projects. So this is the way that this fee would be set up. The considerations related to it is just, that it would have to be determined based on a feasibility study. So we couldn't just pull a number out of the sky, like I mentioned, that we would want to, that the potential uses of the fees would be placed within our Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And we would like to explore expansion of that, the allowed uses within that fund so we can have more diversity in the projects and programs that we are applying this money to. And then again, the project types and sizes would have to be established once we get, some direction from the board, whether you want to pursue this fee or not.
So I'm having trouble following you.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's the time of day or what the issue is here, but I just want to clarify. So you're talking about projects that are not affordable housing projects and that they would be assessed some kind of fee that would go into this affordable housing project fund.
That's correct.
Okay. That's more than I thought I understood. Then there's already some kind of fund set aside. We talked about this months ago. It had like $20,000 in it, I wanted to say, and it was for affordable housing. Is it a different fund or is it still that fund or?
No, it is this. So Jen's telling me, Jen on my team is saying it has approximately 350,000 in it. But I think that the fee or the fund we're talking about here has largely been populated by development agreements where there has been an affordable housing fee generally of $500 per unit. And then in that, as an example, in the heritage development, each unit pays at the time of building permit $500 into that fee. And so that has been accumulating based on that. There's been a couple projects, but they've largely been through negotiation of a development agreement, and there's no mandated program to date.
Okay.
Okay. Question.
Thank
I'm
you.
going to I'm going to beat this up again because I'm going to still talk about Grizzly Flat.
In,
Is there a possibility that fund that's set aside for that could be used for Grizzly Flat?
So with that, the expansion of that fund absolutely is looking at other opportunities like rehabilitation, the first time home buyer programs, but also when we're talking about gap funding, and the members of the task force can help me out if we need to get in the weeds. But when you're talking about a gap funding program, also, if there's a project that is moving forward and they're, say, short on funds, it could be used to help support that project in a way, as well. But it could be used the idea being that we want to look at all the potential uses, make sure they align with the program goals and the monies that were being, deposited, and then try to expand that to be used for all kinds of uses within the county, like owner occupied rehabilitation, and which maybe has less strings than some of the funding programs that come from grant funds that have a lot of strings attached, whether they be state or federal. So we would have a fund of monies that we could use internal to the county and have less strings attached.
Appreciate that, Rob. Thank you for clarifying.
Any other on this concept, component one? Okay, so component two, we're going to jump to the next pages. And I'm going to scroll because I have too much stuff on my screen. So I apologize for those that hate scrolling. So this is an alternative to that mandatory affordable housing fee. And so the idea here is if we have a state density bonus law that requires, that allows for the development of units at affordable, and it comes with incentives and it's through the state program. We understand that, and we're not trying to change that. And again, long-range planning is making conforming edits to that through their exercise that we talked about previously. This is a county program with the idea being that we're trying to create a program that we would have more control over ourselves, that wouldn't have, again, some of the strings attached to a statewide program, but that uses incentives to get development of affordable housing. And some of those incentives we'll discuss in a little bit, but it's kind of provide the carrot and try to get the developers to come in. There's nothing to stop a developer to utilizing the state density bonus that already exists. We're trying to find a program in between that and nothing that would provide and support and enhance our ability to bring affordable housing to the county. So the alternative program, again, provides incentives. There's a lot of nuance here, and we'll go through some of the considerations that would be part of that program. But this would essentially be voluntary. And the idea would be if you were coming in with the voluntary program, yes, you're getting some incentives for developing that project, but we're not going to charge you the fee as well because you're actually, bringing some affordability to your project. So the purpose of it would be to address both ownership and rental type developments and supportive housing. And again, then the project considerations or the policy considerations would be project types. So we would have to establish and solidify what type of projects we're talking about. So which types of projects would be able to get these incentives. And then project size, again, thresholds for, are we talking about projects of 2 units or 5 units or 10 or 50? And then potentially tiering those incentives based on, the project size. So if you're bringing more affordable housing to the table, maybe you get more incentives that you can utilize for your project. And so then development and design standards, again, allowing some flexibility. Now, a lot of the state programs give this type of flexibility, but again, we don't have necessarily control over, and we can debate that more, but the outcomes of those programs, and they are mandated by the state. And so this would be where we establish what we think are reasonable incentives, particularly related to development and design standards that would incentivize a developer to come in and include affordable housing as part of their project, because the carrot, if you will, is good enough that it brings that incentive. So say, for instance, things like parking, setbacks, other things, as long as they, of course, with health and safety in mind, there are some opportunities to, and the state programs are already allowing these, incentives and considerations in those programs, and maybe we model it in a similar way. And again, just trying to provide some incentive to bring affordable housing without it going into the realm of being sort of through one of the state programs. On the next page, so these are the alternatives that would be sort of considered within this program. So the first would be actual construction of units, right? So if you voluntarily want to, a developer comes in and their project wants to create affordable housing in order to get some of the incentives, and they're prepared to build those units, that's that first box. So those are actual construction of units. And alternative to that would be in a fee that we would establish that still gets you the incentives, but would quite frankly be more would be higher than that mandated fee because it would be commensurate to building units. So you're getting in that other program or the first component that we talked about, you're not getting any incentives as part of that program. In this program, you'd be getting incentives, but you could potentially pay a fee instead of building the houses, and that would be a higher or more commensurate to building units type of a fee. That would again have to be based on a feasibility study and nexus and all of that, like any other fee that we would establish.
Yeah, a question, when you're
Sure.
talking about fees and stuff, so where does, especially if these people come in, they want to develop a project and they ask for a welfare variance, especially for low income or SB 35, we're not going to collect any fees, correct?
Are you talking about the tax?
I think he's talking about property tax.
Property tax, yeah, this, I'm not talking about property tax here. We're talking about more, say our program was modeled that if you provide 5 units, I'm just using arbitrary numbers here, but
Okay.
5 units, then you get some incentive. If you're building 10, you get 2 incentives. And instead of building those 10 units, you pay a fee commensurate to building it that goes into the pot of money that we could use. So it's not necessarily like fees, like the taxes and the welfare
Okay,
taxes.
all right, okay, thanks.
And then looking at alternative financing mechanisms that could also equate to the building of units. Now, this is something that is of interest to the task force and, would need some more exploring, but potentially incorporating things like the cost of affordable housing, either in a one-time or in a perpetuity scenario as part of a CFD for a large project. So they're often creating a CFD to cover the cost, a community facilities district to cover a special tax to cover the cost of the improvements and things like that. And so the idea here would be that you could include some of those monies within that, and they would either be a one-time fee or potentially paid in perpetuity as just another alternative funding mechanism to get money in the pot to actually build, affordable housing or other support other programs within the county. And then lastly, and these are pretty standard for an inclusionary housing type of a policy or voluntary or mandatory, would be a land dedication, that somebody could offer to donate land in lieu of, if you will, building those units. So the incentives are on the next page. And so just as an idea here, reduction in development and design standards. And so we would have to determine what those appropriate standards and what we as a community are willing to, give up to get affordable housing, and things, like I said, parking, setbacks, landscaping, all those types of things could be on the table. And it would be for us to kind of look through those and say, because those are all costs, right, to building a project. And so if we can reduce costs, that's one of the main prohibitions to affordable housing in the county. If we can find a way to reduce costs, everything costs, so less asphalt, less landscape, those types of things. And where we're willing to accept those to incentivize affordable housing, those are the types of things we're talking about there. Expedited processing. Now, this is streamlining of processes both in the discretionary realm and in the sort of building permit scenario, but not under the state. I mean, we're having to do that quite a bit under the state mandated programs. We're getting more accustomed to that. It doesn't necessarily apply to the discretionary projects, but if we can find ways to expedite projects that facilitate affordable housing and solidify those in our program, that is a big incentive for folks, time spent in the process. Not without, making sure that we're appropriately taking in the public's considerations and decision makers and all of that, but just that, there may be opportunities to expedite process to try to incentivize affordable housing. And then the last is financing alternatives. So this is creating or expanding upon existing, and this is not the taxes, but this is like build, things that are in the control of the department as an example, or collaborating with some of our partners that provide services to these projects, but existing fee reductions, waivers, or deferrals, and then opportunities that would assist with project financing, and again, trying to collaborate with some of our partners to see if there's other opportunities in other jurisdictions, and I don't want to call any, but where their fees could potentially be commensurate for an affordable housing project or reduced. And then lastly, the component 3, like I stated, is really an attempt to just highlight some of the things we're already doing. We do not intend to take those programs and fold them into the zoning ordinance. They are in existence now, and we just want to make sure that when somebody goes to the plannings, zoning, affordable housing, that it's pointing them or directing them to the other programs that might help their project be successful. And so in that instance, we have the TIF fee offset for affordable housing that exists today, and fee deferral for building permits, and that's under some existing county policy B11 and some of those fee deferrals. And the state in a lot of instances are going to deferral fees later and later into the building permit process, so the upfront costs are reduced. And then again, county collaborative opportunities to work with our partners to try to incentivize affordable housing. And so we already have some of those collaborative programs in place, and just to try to build on those, and again, try to direct folks to those opportunities. So that is the whole of the table. Again, happy to answer any questions. I have all the representatives from the task force here in support of this item. I want to acknowledge, and you already heard about it in the previous item, that we did receive public comment from the Eldorado Housing Eldorado. And so I wanted to just, again, make you aware of that was for both of the items. And I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, any questions or comments?
I don't even know where to start, to be honest. So Rob, I know that when we've talked about this a lot of times over the years, and you mentioned, the $500 fee that we put on a couple developments, and that adds up to nothing. It adds up to nothing really fast, and it does nothing really fast. So I think when we kind of sent you guys off to do this, I was kind of hoping to get more updates about what are other jurisdictions doing that's successful, so that we're not trying to have to figure it out. I mean, is anybody having any luck doing this anywhere? And are there good models that we should just go, that's what we want to do, instead of muddling around? I feel like we're muddling around right now. I don't know about you guys, but it's like, what are we doing?
Well, I guess I would say that, as the task force, we did present what other jurisdictions are doing, and it was attached to a task force item, and maybe we missed the mark in this discussion because it seemed like we were at the last presentation I was at, we were talking about all the different types of things that could be done, and the impression I got was that you guys wanted to see, well, what is our recommendation, right? What are we going to do? And so we did look at several other city and counties that are in this table that we presented to the task force. It has 5 counties and 2 cities that have inclusionary zoning or don't have inclusionary zoning policies, and then went into, do they have an in lieu fee? Do they have a trust fund? Home buyer assistance and fee deferrals, fee waivers, and other things. So that was part of the task force review of this item. And so if we missed, bringing that to your attention, we did, as part of the task force, where you're saying, go in and dig into the weeds and figure out, what you think is the right fit. That was part of that conversation. But, this recommendation is inclusive of that.
Okay. I was just hoping, I trying to figure out, again, I'm stumbling on words, trying to be thoughtful, but I think our last presentation from the Affordable Housing Task Force wasn't well done. Quite honestly, it wasn't well received by the board, if I remember right. And so we kind of felt like that had to be scrapped perhaps and bring us something more tangible. You know, these concepts are great, but it feels like we're still exploring. And I think we all wanted to say, the task force go out and go, hey, this is awesome. It's working in whatever town. Can we just copy that? Because I feel like this is a lot of guessing. I could be wrong, you guys, but how's everybody else feeling about this?
I'm kind of lost, Lori.
Okay, I know, it's
The
a
thing
lot of-
the thing I did pick up on is the fee that $500 per house, and we have 350 grand in the bank, but
That's
to your point,
nothing.
that's insignificant. It's not going to do anything.
Yeah.
The rest
And
of
to
it,
be clear,
gotta
I
say-
wasn't saying that that would. be
No,
the
no,
fee
no, I know, no,
established.
no,
Okay.
but that's the one thing I picked up on. Although I gotta tell you, I'm lost.
Yeah, I was hoping, and maybe someone from the task Vance, come on up and help us, because you are in the industry and maybe you can help us land somewhere on this, because I don't want to send everybody off on this wild goose chase and bring us back so many things that still aren't going to add up to actually doing something. You know, and I think we kind of had that conversation one time.
We did, and I fully understand what you're saying. And let me just say, a lot of the wild goose chasing has definitely already taken place during the task force meetings.
Okay.
You know, I think we've been meeting has it been about a year now, technically? And to get to the point where we're at really has actually been a lot of what is everyone else doing, but also taking that and putting it through the lens of, but what does El Dorado County need? Because El Dorado County really is very unique compared to a lot of the jurisdictions I work with and the jurisdictions that my colleagues on the task force are familiar with. So naturally, we rotate around a lot around this concept of establishing a fee and how do you structure it and how do you make it impactful. And the point that was made earlier, you'll never make a fee, and no jurisdiction has made a fee that's large enough and feasible enough to actually fund affordable housing throughout a jurisdiction. So you get down to, well, how can we get people to want to contribute this fee? And then how can we then leverage those dollars in the most impactful way? And so that's why it comes down to, if we start talking about how can we assess this fee, do a feasibility study, find out what fee will work in the county, and then really start looking at how are we managing our housing trust fund in El Dorado County, and how can we then take this new influx of dollars that we're going to get from establishing this fee, and how can we maximize its output in the best way possible? In some jurisdictions, that takes place in the form of gap financing for affordable housing projects. And some circumstances, it's loan programs for first-time home buyers. There's a lot of different things you can do with those funds once you've had them, but it's really taking that smaller fee and turning that money into a bigger pot of money. So it's a two-step process.
Okay.
One of the things we really want to talk about a lot, though, and it's really the brainchild of Mia, is this alternative financing mechanism. No one else is doing this. And that's why we think it's so great for El Dorado County, is because no one else is doing it, but it makes a lot of sense. Finding a way to build this fee into the financing mechanism that gets paid out over the course of 30 years, instead of putting it directly up front, you're going to alleviate the initial cost of builders and developers, and instead stretch it out over time, get all of the financing that way, and just, yeah, really do something no one else has done. And the more we talk about it outside of our task force, the more people who do not do business in El Dorado County go, that actually sounds really interesting. That's not something I've heard before, but I'm really interested in seeing where you go with this. So I don't know if anyone else on the task force wants to chime in on that, but yeah, I would say we've looked at what everyone else is doing, and we really want to look at it more at what can El Dorado County do to fit their specific needs.
So is that the alternative, the alternative financing mechanism that's what you want to explore more. So we're still exploring, though. The ROI is to say, go explore more and bring us stuff. Are we still exploring then? We're not really.
Yeah, I mean, we have not done any feasibility studies because we're not,
Okay.
you know, we need I guess, from a staff perspective, I got to understand if I'm heading the right direction.
Right.
Before we go get costs and ask the board for dollars to spend on feasibility studies. I mean, we do have in 2022, you know, we had the BAE Urban Economics study. It was, you know, the conclusions of which were that a inclusionary housing policy, sort of a strict a traditional one doesn't probably work well and makes recommendations of exploring a voluntary program, which you see in our component 2. The fee is a separate and apart from and a brainchild of our discussions at the task force. But I think, yeah, we don't have the exact amounts because I don't want to come back with hey, we put this whole program together and it's 20% and it's this much and that. And then you go, you're way off the mark and we don't want to support that. Right. So I guess we're in that challenging piece of, yeah, we're not all the way, it's not all the way baked, but we're not in the infancy either. And we're trying to get a sense of, are we heading in the right direction and then that, I mean, before we start actually, we need the board's direction to start actually preparing ordinances and things like that. So we're here trying to get direction of, is the board generally supportive of the direction we're heading? And then we'll certainly have to come back when we start talking about asking for, preparing feasibility studies. And then, the task force would then get more into the weeds of what are the right numbers and the dials to tweak to make the program, feasible and that it would be beneficial, like you said, and not be a nothing burger, I guess.
Well, right. And okay, a feasibility study, I think I'm getting tripped up on that. What are we trying to figure out is feasible? Because usually we do feasibility studies to say, this is what we want to build and this is how much it costs and this is how we get there. So what is our goal? I'm not understanding, we don't have an exact goal, right? And this trust fund has only got $300,000 in it, which we know doesn't do a lot with any building of anything. So is that what we're going to say? We want the trust fund to do certain things and we want this much in there and then build the feasibility study to fund that? Or I'm just not.
I mean, that's generally, we would have to create so again, do we want to have this affordable housing fee? Okay. Right. And if the board is like, nope, we don't want to do that. And we'd rather go just with our either voluntary or mandatory inclusionary policy, then that component doesn't get moved forward, right? But if the component 1 were to be moved forward or recommended for approval, yes, we would have to go back. Okay, what is our target? What do we want to use the monies with? How do we want to expand our trust fund? Okay, so then we have all those components. What is that going to cost? And then what does that look like over the build out of our community and our expected, so there's a lot to the feasibility piece of it, but I don't know that we can go do all that exercise and come out with an answer, not knowing if the idea is supported.
Okay.
Yeah, but I think what I'm hearing is we don't understand what the idea is. You haven't articulated yet that goal.
Yeah, it's the goal.
So Ms. King, if you could, we don't understand where we're trying to get to.
Mia, my name is Mia, and I've been building affordable housing for over 25 years in the state. And let me say that the only way you're going to get affordable housing built in local jurisdictions is to provide gap funding. And so as everyone's clearly said, the $350,000 in the trust fund is really just not enough money, right? Yeah. The $500 a unit is really just not doing inclusionary, telling a big developer to build X number of affordability just doesn't quite work, right? So, and you ask, well, what does everyone else do? Well, let's bring up San Francisco or the Bay Area, Alameda. They do a parcel tax, for example. So then you think, is that politically feasible in this region? Probably not. So then we thought, all right, one of the things, so what we learned through staff is a lot of the housing proposals that are on the table now that are kind of working through the process are large scale developments, large single family home developments. And as we know, you need infrastructure to build those large single family developments. And so the commonality amongst all these kind of pipeline projects that are on the docket now are things like these developers need the CFD, Community Facilities Districts. And what that means for El Dorado County is that you become the taxing, you're like the agent, you're the conduit, right? You help them bring a loan to help them build the lights, the clubhouse, the roads, because all that stuff has to go in first, right? And that's an expensive cost. The state of California allows these types of developments to do this mechanism of a tax entity. It's essentially floating a big bond. Mm-hmm. And so the idea here, instead of doing parcel by parcel taxes, you can build in a fee, call it a couple basis points, right? But on 150 million, a couple basis points, there's some real there with that. I don't exactly know, and that's part of the feasibility of it. Mm-hmm. But if we can analyze of all the different pots, of all the different projects coming to coming to El Dorado County, someone can figure out, do the math to figure out if we do like a 1% fee, for example, on a $150 million bond issuance, a year, for example. And remember, what happens is that pays the builder to build the roads and the lights and all of that. And then the future home buyers will pay that little extra supplemental tax. But now they're getting a new home for whatever, $500,000-$600,000. They pay their supplemental tax. And then every year, potentially, El Dorado County can get their basis point or their this. And so you start then to have potentially a regular stream of income you can bank on, a regular stream of bondable income. You then can grow your trust fund. So it's a little different than doing like, say, a parcel tax for every single person that owns property in the district. It allows for the builder who really needs the county to help them to finance all of this hard infrastructure costs, right? It's hidden. People don't understand how expensive it is to build the sewer and the roads and the water and electrical and all of that. We all do. And then, so you need this money, they need the county, you have the ability to underwrite these fees within the financing structure, rather than telling developer, you must build all these affordable housing units, which is difficult for them to stomach up front, right? This is a way they can finance these fees, long-term and short-term. Does that make sense? Is that a little bit more clarity around the concept?
It's a little bit better.
So we were trying to just kind of analyze what's existing and what challenges are presented today and how, because ultimately at the end of the day, we all say we want housing, but the only way you're going to get housing is you need money, and then for the developer, you've got to go compete at the state level then for all those state resources, right? But if you have no money to, to ante up with the development team, you don't get to play at the table, right? You're shut out. So unless you can come to the table with the incentives, with the streamlining, with the various, things that we kind of described, what we also learned in the process is that there's lots of different siloing of departments, right? Not everyone's speaking to each other and not everyone. So we're trying to sort of say, all right, let's look at this, all together and see if we can pull resources from this, from this entity to help with, infrastructure financing or the streamlining. All of these have value. And if you present that to a prospective developer saying, here's our value package, it's almost like an a la carte menu. Here are the things you can choose from. But all these at the end of the day, even though they're sort of hard to understand, but like streamlining helps the developer because it's transparent. It's going to take 6 months to get from, 0 to approval. That demonstrably helps their financing and their projections. And so what you're getting instead of this, little wishy-washy, what we're trying to get to is clarity to say, here's a package of incentives. You can choose this path and just fee out, call it a day. Or if you're building 3,000 new homes and you need the county to help you and you need the water, you need the sewer, you need all these things, then you're going to also help us. Because once you unlock your public resources to be able to issue bonds, the county then gets their fee. Right? Ongoing. And that's something that no one in the state's doing right now. And it's just something I've done because I've done a lot of tax exempt bonds and I realized, gosh, there's all these issuers, there's all these people that get a piece of the financing stack when you're putting it together. And I thought, well, why can't that go back to the county? And could you then charge a fee that's commensurate, again, doing the study, that makes sense, that's feasible, that's transparent. But if you give the builder the opportunity to finance that fee, I think it's a game changer.
So that bond indebtedness would be on the county's back?
I don't exactly know how that works. That's not exactly the product I build.
Because that's never happened. I'm not saying it couldn't happen, but yeah, I think the other thing we haven't talked about, and this is exactly why SB 35 is working, is because people won't go down this road. So the state is forcing it as the only mechanism. And also El Dorado County is different from other places. We got Measure E and Measure Y. The cost of the infrastructure is so prohibitive that the market won't bear it. So welcome to ideas, but there's a lot of uniqueness in this county. And then you got the group that says, not in my backyard. Mm-hmm.
Well, we were not here to solve all of the problems.
So the fee that's being paid by the homeowner for perpetuity, right? Is
Or
that
the
right?
developer.
Is that
would be-
Melrose or is that?
Melrose, it's-
Yeah, it would be a Melrose. It'd be just part of the Melrose package, the
All right.
stack of everything else that
And
has to
then
go in.
money's put in the bank. Where does that money go then? Is that to fund the infrastructure that the
Infrastructure.
developer? So the developer already built that affordable housing.
So it's baked into the fee or the money is baked into the infrastructure. So it becomes part of a eligible cost of finance with the bond that eventually gets paid back by future homeowners. And we've seen it, if you've got a swimming pool, if you're in a subdivision, that's the kind of
And
thing.
now state law, there's sunsets on Melrose also, 20 years, I think.
It'll just run the course of we're not changing anything, but you're adding a small layer within the eligible cost.
So the fee would be based on the amount of affordable housing a developer built.
Well, they're not building, technically speaking, they will not have to build the affordable housing on site for this mechanism to work.
So then how would we build more affordable housing having this money in the bank?
Well,
That's I'm disconnected.
Yeah,
there.
no, good question. I think the notion, one, is that in many jurisdictions, San Francisco, wherever, Oakland, they have large amounts of money, right, that then support affordable housing, right? And so, in other words, it doesn't have to be in that same subdivision. It can be someplace else in the county. And you are basically becoming a gap lender then for that developer to come in and say, oh, I need $5 million and then we can make this work. And because you now have $50 million in the housing trust fund, you can loan 5 million. And then eventually, loan it and it comes back, that kind of thing. So it really, what it's trying to do, in absence of someone just writing a check, is the ability to establish a program that could start directing funds into the housing trust fund. So then that's what you're growing. And then you're building housing and then, there's the option where people are donating land, right? So if someone donates land, and now you have the $50 million, just make it up, right, number, then that could help support 50 units on that free piece of land, for example. Or someone else then has a property where maybe they want to do an adaptive reuse. Maybe it's a warehouse that then could be brought into service to build, I'm just making it up, 20 apartments or something like that. Then you're the gap lender for that and you make that happen. So it doesn't have to all be that same developer who's building the housing, who's going to build all the affordable housing. It's giving you the option, the county, to be able then to be essentially that gap lender resource to make all these different projects happen, because now you can kind of play the game like everyone else in California and have resources then that allows that developer to go to the state to get more infrastructure dollars, to get more tax credits, to get the other things that really then allow for that very, low income deed restricted 60% of AMI or below. And then the other piece I also threw in the word supportive housing. That's a critical piece, I think, is El Dorado. You've got seniors. I sat on the state California Commission on Aging for 8 years. There's a huge aging population. There's a huge disabled population. You can start to link, these dollars again to your priorities that you establish, but then that could also help, build different kinds of supportive housing again, and affordable housing. But again, the goal would be to grow the affordable housing trust fund to the point where it can really start to leverage other dollars, and go to the state or go find other dollars and just leverage whatever you have to kind of make projects work, rather than this one developer has to just build all the housing. And if he doesn't, well, then that project won't happen. This enables funding to occur so that the county can leverage whatever they can to get other projects
The
going.
biggest concern I have, especially material costs, say we put this money aside, every time we turn around, the material cost goes up. So how in the world can you even build any kind of affordable housing, especially with the costs?
Well, we've seen a lot of innovation in housing construction, partly modular. I completed my first modular project in Sacramento County. I built some homeless beds, modular, beautiful buildings for $75,000 a bed because we were built in a factory. And, that's avoiding prevailing wage on site. So we're starting to see innovation. Let's even call it 3D printing. We don't know what the future is going to hold in terms of how we start to build. But, I don't think we're building like we used to. And I think, codes change and other things change. So yeah, the reality is costs will continue to increase. Maybe the other thing too, even on this CFD fee, I think you do a little CPI index increase over time too, as a way to keep up with,
Well, the
with
biggest thing
rising
is,
costs.
and Lori and I visited up there at Sierra Institute and we were talking about cross-laminated lumber. This is a thing of the future, especially you can build a home in less than 3 days completely and move in. So that's something, especially with all the trees and everything, the Colorado fire, something we could look at and maybe promote that a little bit more.
100%. And I think it allows you because, sadly enough, if you have the funding, really, you can put out goals and people will respond. People will find ways to try to make things work if there's an incentive to, for the funding to kind of make the pieces work. Because gap funding is the hardest thing. And we all know if it's affordable housing and it still costs, $800,000 a unit to build, someone has to fill that gap to make it work because we're talking long-term affordability. So, I think our goal on the task force was to come up with creative ideas to see how we might be able to suggest ideas that could grow this housing trust fund that would then enable the county to be in a position more of a driver's seat to say, these are the kinds of housing we need in the state, rather in our region. And, and we have ideas around cost savings, modular, whatever it might be, and encourage that. Because it seems like, especially from some of our meetings and the people that came to it, there's a lot of folks, great folks within your community that are really itching to try to do some innovative things in your community to bring this housing to bear. So, it also means, hopefully being able to kind of bring those local players, into the picture and allow them to sort of be part of the solution.
And talk about cross-laminated lumber, especially with, and they're basically kind of fireproof, really what it is. And it'll probably maybe help lower our insurance costs, especially the residents, first-time home buyers especially.
100%. And I always like the concept of a pilot. You heard of those sort of?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And
We
you can
got one
pilot
going on
something
right now.
There you go. And you can pilot these things. You can do the cross-laminated or timber framing, as they also call it, and, and various things. And I think when you get, and especially if you can help finance it, you'll get people who are interested, who are very knowledgeable in the different building materials that really can maybe build some really innovative, tiny homes. They're very popular, or, whatever it might be as it fits on the land. But what you've done is you've kind of separated yourselves from just the big developers who really just care to build their 3,000 homes, and that you're taking this sort of goal of building affordable housing and kind of being able to control it with the money so that you're able then to support the kinds of projects that are your objectives and policy
And they
goals.
don't pay any, the developer that builds 3,000 homes, they're not paying anything, right? It's all on the
It would-
backs of the future homeowners.
No, I think, well, it's part of the financing, so you're going to get like a big loan, and maybe there's, of course, we haven't all figured out the details, but maybe there's a piece that, you pay some fee up front and then there's an ongoing fee, but someone determines what that amount is or how it's structured. That piece.
Green. My name is Bill Roby, from Shingle Springs. I wanted to directly answer Supervisor Parlin's question. Is there another model out there? For 17 years, I worked with other community foundations across California, 36 of them, many of them the largest foundations in the world. No one has solved the problem. There's not a solution that's currently working. That's the bottom line. California is still losing population. We have people moving. All you have to do is go to Reno and look how much it is exploding. We're losing teachers. We're losing firefighters. We're losing paramedics. We're losing the base of our economy, the working people, people that build small businesses because they can't afford a house. So the task force has been looking at creative ideas, things that other people aren't doing. And you just had a really good explanation of one of those concepts. And that's it for me.
Thanks, Bill.
Yep.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks, Bill.
And Mia, that was really helpful, by the way. To me, at least, it made a lot more sense after you explained it like that a little bit. kind of, sort of.
Greg's got something to say. Go ahead.
No, I just want to build no disrespect, but the people that you mentioned that are leaving the state for those reasons, yeah, the state is expensive, but they're leaving because of the policies of the state. They're not, they're not, these aren't the people that are going to buy low-income homes or affordable homes. They're the people that are leaving because of the policies of the state of California.
Well, I think it's all of,
It
all of
just,
it.
that creates an environment where it's so expensive to live here. I mean, I think like the firefighters, the paramedics, the people you mentioned moving to Reno, they're not the ones that are going to be,
Regulation. I mean.
they're not
you
going to
can-
be the ones
you can-
benefiting from these affordable housing.
I can speak directly to that from my own perspective of my family. My sister and my brother-in-law have 4 children. They have all now relocated to Reno because of affordability. And it was so that my nephews and nieces could afford a home. They couldn't ever afford one here in California.
I agree with that. But are these the people, would they be willing to stay in California and live in a tiny home?
If given, but they
they
don't even have the option right now. So they were living in the Bay Area. Cost of housing is very expensive. They looked at other factors, including healthcare, schools, the quality of life that they wanted to have to get out of traffic. So there's other things that people consider. But my neighbors in Shingle Springs have relocated to Idaho and to Nevada just because of affordability.
I agree. And that's the same thing.
I
with
think
my
we
family,
agree,
too.
but
Yeah.
The
Get a little
biggest
different
part,
perspective.
biggest part of the problem is the insurance costs is so high right now. People can't.
Well,
even
we were just
qualify.
talking about that.
Yeah,
So,
can't even
yeah.
qualify, you know. for,
And our
you know.
utilities and, yeah, I mean, you
Everything.
name it.
Gasoline.
It is so
Gas- I mean-
expensive in California, just generally speaking. And so, you know, I always caution people, be careful. Don't just say El Dorado County is expensive. The state is expensive. And it's not just the housing market. It is the grocery store, everything is getting
Taxes,
so
fuel.
expensive.
I live in a
So-
high fire danger area.
Yeah.
So my insurance is through the California Fair Plan.
Yep.
When I moved here 20 years ago, I was paying $850 a year for fire insurance. After the Paradise Fire, I was dropped, went on to the California Fair Plan. This last year, our insurance was over $6,000.
Oh, yeah.
That makes it very hard for my neighbors to sell their home. And so they end up staying in place, which is also putting a burden on them financially. So we're in this very odd
They
situation
are.
when it comes to housing, and why we don't see a lot more housing free up to purchase because people have to add in the cost of fire insurance.
And they
It's
can't qualify.
complicated. And being on, I want to have a shout out to my fellow members of the task force. Phenomenal people have taught me so much about housing. I thought coming into this, I knew a little bit about housing. I know a lot more about housing than I started. So my thanks to them for educating me in the process.
And I appreciate you say it is complicated. This is not.
Yes.
This is not easy. There's not one thing. And that is our challenge. And then I'm just going to go an extra step further because it's something that I think about often. And Frank Porter actually knows about this one. You know, that trust fund, in my mind, we had a conversation, I think 2 years ago, maybe, about, rehabbing mobile homes in our county. We have this aging population in mobile homes that are almost falling apart. And that's another piece of our puzzle. It's like, I want those people to be able to stay in those mobile homes. They don't have the means to fix them, and then we need to be careful of those, quite honestly, those predatory, new businesses that are coming in and buying mobile homes. Our county's done a pretty good job. We haven't been, attacked by those too much, but it's a concern out there. So there was a talk about ownership of mobile homes themselves. Maybe that's something we want to look at with that money. I don't know, but it is super complicated. And so I like this conversation. I really do. And I hope we can do something really meaningful. And our county is different than a lot of other places. And that's a challenge, but also a good thing. So And ADUs, I've always been a fan of ADUs because of our county. You know, we have a lot of larger parcel sizes. To me, ADUs are a good fit for El Dorado County. We've done a lot of effort in that too with the gotta be careful with my words, pre-reviewed, not, gotta call them the right thing. Plans, it seems like we've done a lot of effort, but yet I don't feel there's been a lot of interest and I don't understand that part either. So all these things.
When I started the position at the El Dorado Community Foundation, one of the things I appreciated so much about El Dorado County, and I think it still holds true today, is we're still small enough that we can get our hands around our problems. We just need to work together, find those solutions. And a lot of times it's funding, it's money.
Yeah.
If I may, Supervisor Parlin, you brought up a couple of great examples of sort of where we're at in this process. We have heard, you know, about mobile homes and ADUs and wanting to focus on that. And creating and adding monies to a housing trust fund will allow us to incorporate those kinds of things into our program. So let's use mobile homes as an example. Right now, you know, the state doesn't provide any money to help with that. We have looked and we have asked, and there is no state money to help rehab mobile homes or keep people in their mobile homes. That is something that this county places emphasis on. So what we would do in creating this program is we say, okay, we want to be able to collect funds, and part of our program is going to be assisting with rehab of mobile homes. How many do we think we can do each year? Let's say, you know, we have a goal of 50 a year, and the average cost to we assume they need a re-roof and a new HVAC unit. Maybe that's $8,000 times 50. That's the number that we're trying to collect for that piece of the program. That's how the mechanism would work when we're talking about your question that you asked earlier about the trust fund, but the
goal of it, or
I'm sorry,
the goal of what the trust fund is for,
the process we have to go through, the math we have to go through to come up with that, the feasibility study. So that's part of the feasibility study.
Okay.
Same with ADUs. So if we say that we want that to be part of our program to offer even more assistance than we are now, whatever that looks like. If we say, okay, that's going to be $10,000 a year for us to partner further with Housing El Dorado to do more outreach for people to build ADUs. We'll build that into the program. That's how we would determine then through that feasibility study what that ultimate dollar amount is that we want to collect every year. And then we would know what is that fee now that we're charging per unit. So it's not going to be $500. I can pretty much guarantee
Correct.
that. I don't know what the number is going to be, but I'm going to say it's probably going to be, could be significantly higher if we go that route of wanting to charge or, you know, charge a fee, have a mandatory affordable housing fee.
Yeah, one of the questions when you're talking about these mobile home parks, especially these owners, because there's been a lot of new owners that have moved in from elsewhere, moved here and bought these. And usually when somebody passes away, or instead of get rid of this, they tell them to move them out and they move somebody else in, you know, with the newer mod, you know, and then they take and raise the fees. And I think it's something that we need to look into it a little bit deeper, because I just don't think it's right at all, especially when you're talking about affordable housing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, as we've discussed before, it's a very complicated matter because the state is involved in mobile homes. You have people that own their mobile home or their modular home. They don't own the land underneath it. But to your point, if we had a program that would at least help them with the repairs that they need, or maybe they need ADA improvements to their mobile home, if we can pay for those things, then that'll free up the money, you know, to perhaps pay for that increased rent that they're being charged.
Yeah, I think the thing is we need to work with these owners too, to make sure that, you know, that work together to make it and resolve this problem. Anybody
So
else?
do we need to say, yeah, go do this or what? What do we do?
Well,
I mean, what is it? We
You
need-
guys see I mean, you mentioned the bonds. I mean, is this worth looking at or
I guess there is the question, huh?
it's creative? I
Where
mean,
do we want to spend our energies right now?
And I'll just say, thank you, you know, and coming on this kind of late, you know, and hearing and trying to review all the past presentations and, you know, if my understanding was skewed or I didn't, you know, capture it entirely, you know, that I apologize for that. But yeah, my understanding is, you know, look through the task force to look at all these other jurisdictions, look at what folks are doing, try to bring back, you know, something meaningful to the board. So if the direction was go find one that, you know, works and grab that, you know, I think they're all different and they're all, you know, they have their own complexities based on where they're at. And so there isn't a one size fits all. And so, you know,
Well,
we've done our best. to
yeah,
put
the
that together.
solution you haven't been able to find yet, but I think I tried to write a goal statement for you that I just want to throw out to the board members to see, like, do you think this is what we're trying to say? Because if we can articulate what the goal is, then we're asking them to come back with how do we get there, right? So I wrote down, grow the Affordable Housing Trust Fund in order to provide funding to incentivize building and or sustaining affordable housing for low, very low and moderate incomes. Is that what you're trying to do? Bottom line, I mean, it doesn't matter how the numbers plug in at this point. Is that the goal of this task force? Yes.
And one of the
How do you
biggest-
know I'm not?
Well, and I would just add, I think the other part of it, yes, in my understanding, yes, that is one of the key components. I think we also wanted to provide an opportunity, should somebody want to actually build affordable units, a program that allows for that as well. Now, without having to go into the state density bonus. So, you know, I just wanted to add that. That's why the two components piece and not everything's just in the fee was because we wanted to include another option where if somebody wanted to utilize incentives and build actual affordable housing, that we would have a program that tailored to them as well. So I just wanted that.
And one of the things you are going to look at is fees, because is it $500? Maybe might not be enough, you know?
Fees is definitely a big part of this, and it's the funding mechanism is creative. We're excited about it, but it's an alternative to the fees, and that's part of that feasibility study. How big can that fee be without making new home construction infeasible? So it's
Right.
definitely a big part of it. And so what we have within this ROI is really the bones of a multifaceted policy. And approving that ROI today allows them to go forward and build around those bones. And that does include fees and alternatives to those fees to go forward and build that pot in whatever way works best.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. Any other questions? Public. All right, let's move to public comment. Oh, Kim left. I'll go ahead and open it up to public comment.
I think you just got a beautiful summary of where we are.
Yeah.
And just to add a little to that, I think we are at a good moment. You have the benefit of a housing task force of very knowledgeable people, as you can tell, who put together some great ideas, and they're coming back to you for some direction in this ROI. And the staff is also giving you a report that they are going through the housing measures that were built into the plan. Remember, you adopted as a board back in 21, the 22 to 29 housing element. That housing element is, the goal there is to build those housing units in your regional housing allocation. So two things I would suggest, two little technical things as far as implementing stuff. You're at a beautiful moment midterm. You're basically halfway through your housing element timeframe to 22 to 29. What a good moment to pull back, and the staff has already been doing some of this work on the 40 housing measures, you know, where you are, which ones worked, because we all know when you set out a plan, often things change, don't they? It covers 8 years. We have new state laws, the financing terrain has changed, politics change, all sorts of things change. So it's a good point at this midterm, if you will, to assess all that, use the benefit of what you've gotten from the housing task force and use them as a sounding board. And then my suggestion was you have been, and here's a little criticism, you've been in the habit of The state requires you to do an annual progress report on how you're making progress to attain the regional housing goals. And that's due April of every year. For the last 3 years, because I track these things, you've been putting them on the consent agenda, and largely it's gone ignored. And you're not looking at the data. If you have a plan to hold some integrity and transparency to it, you should look at how are we doing and getting there. Because the bottom line goal is to build affordable housing for the people who live here. And that's that annual performance report. So my suggestion to you, my recommendation is you have a golden opportunity this April or in March to publicly come forward with a report on how are we doing the annual progress report, and combine that with an update on how the housing strategy measures are going, what they've weeded out, because some of those housing measures probably aren't worth doing at this point. You may find some that aren't yielding any results. You're going to abandon them, aren't you? So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Come on up, Chris. Sorry, Kim, I had to take over. You were done.
An interesting discussion, but I like Brian's comment. Maybe this is not for El Dorado County. Maybe there's so many unique impediments that have been created for good reasons that keeps us from being able to use some of the things that you would commonly find in other jurisdictions. I just wanted you to think in terms of that point. Back to this item. The Affordable Housing Density Bonus is a program or law that allows real estate developers to build more housing units than normally permitted by local zoning ordinances, in exchange for setting aside a certain percentage of the new units as affordable housing for low, very low, or moderate income housing. How does it work? Increased density, the primary incentive of the ability to build a higher number of total units, the bonus units, on the same parcel of land that would otherwise be allowed under standard zoning rules. So essentially, we're doing something that normally you would not be able to do, and it's an incentive type of a program. Mandatory affordability in terms for going ahead with the percentage of total units to be reserved. They have to be set aside for a certain length of time. This bonus, additional incentives and concessions. There may be additional incentives and concessions that you might consider that we have as a county. You have to consider those also in terms of the whole package of what it is that creates this incentive for someone to do something that typically they wouldn't want to do. Also then add to that the improved financial feasibility. Now we've heard talk today about community facilities districts. Well, we already have that ability right now under community facilities districts. It's a type of financing that essentially is you hear our auditor controller come in periodically and talk about what we need to do in order to reconcile something. And that's what his job is, to do that. The other part of it that I wanted to say is on the last paragraph before alternatives in the staff report, it says board approval and adoption of the proposed ROI directly supports implementation of a county's housing element and advances the safe and healthy communities strategic focus area. What is that? What is that I just read? Safe and healthy communities strategic focus area. I mean, there's no definition of what that is.
Thank you, Chris. Anybody else in the boardroom like to speak? See anybody? Let's go to Zoom participants, Kim.
Not taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. First I would say if we only take in fees, but we're not actually attracting or requiring delivery, then it's more than likely we're going to stay in the same cycle. Remember, for market rate builders, the affordable option means that their other homes bear the burden of that expense, which is some of what's been removing the medium income purchasers from being able to get some of the homes in the area. Also, once a project like that is approved, it often takes a long time to begin the build. So Marble Valley is a great example. It was approved previously for 400 homes. 10 years later, they scrapped that and tried coming back for 4,000. That's still not approved yet. But those 400 homes could have been built, but they weren't. I appreciate that Supervisor Parlin brought up the prior discussions, because one of the discussions was coming back potentially with properties that would be available to support affordable, that also covered the safety requirements for other decisions. Do we have some buildings that can be refitted in order to be apartments or condos or anything like that? Definitely, what are others doing? It was unfortunate that we didn't come back with a list of the other cities and the counties that were evaluated. I gotta say, comparison to San Francisco isn't a good option because our building takes place in a totally different manner. So it's not like immediate income. I do think that having recommendations for the areas and the types of homes, like do they have homes? Do they have ADUs? Are they apartments? I like the idea of helping to refurbish mobile homes so people can stay in them. And then I guess one option, is it even possible to connect with any of the large commercial businesses in the area to determine if they want to assist with investment in this housing fund? That would be something that would attract more business in for them. So maybe engage with the commercial community to see if things could be funded that way. And then really one last thing though, Supervisor Veerkamp, I really want to reconsider your use of the NIMBY term. It was used derogatory and it deflects from legitimate concerns from the citizens. So I think that's not necessarily something appropriate coming from the dais. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tina Bladen.
Hi, this is Tita Bladen. I'm resident of El Dorado Hills since 1990. I'm also an advocate for seniors. I really do want to thank the Affordable Housing Task Force. I've sat in via Zoom mostly on some of their meetings, and there's always thoughtful discussion. They have brought in people to provide testimony as to what has worked, what hasn't worked. And they have put together a framework, starting block, bones, but it's to not box us in by specific detailed parameters. They're giving us sort of a roadmap of this is how we can go about doing this with open options as far as bringing it forward, depending on the developer's interests, the topography of the parcel that's being considered. I mean, their discussions have been amazing. I have learned a lot from them, and I really would urge you to let them work with planning and building to move forward on putting together the recommendations as they are today, and then providing more meat throughout their further research and discussions. And just let's not say no right off the bat. Anyway, I thank you. Thank you for the Affordable Housing Task Force. And maybe we'll get a mobile home task force going. Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
So I'm going to bring it back. Some of the things that we could look into, like Home Aid in Sacramento, they do a lot of good things. But also like these developers, let's just say hypothetically, you're talking about affordable housing, is to force them to build some of this affordable housing, which is, use the manpower that they have when they build the homes to be able to help build this affordable housing at no cost. I don't know what we can do, but maybe there's something we could look into that would help El Dorado County.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
if I hear the board struggling with understanding what exactly they're being asked to do today.
It's an ROI.
And so
Yeah.
I'll let planning and building staff correct me if I'm wrong, but in looking at the item, you have the matrix which includes many of the recommendations from the task force. So I think what they're looking for is, these are the options, these are the recommendations that they have. So potentially looking at fees or looking at programs that mandate a percentage of units to actually be constructed. Under the fee category, you have the whole question, which I think is an important one that I think they would like direction on, is what would you use that trust fund for? And I think that you've heard a lot of creative ideas rather than, it's not that we're trying to build up millions and millions of dollars there to go and build units, but you have other options like rehabbing mobile homes, helping people with ADUs. So I think they're looking for, within the options they've provided, a little more direction from you. If there's anything you see on here you don't want them to explore, or if there are ideas that you have about the use of the trust fund or things like that, so that they have a little bit of direction to go off and do things like look at the Nexus study and try to determine what they might be able to build up in that trust fund, given the projects we have in the pipeline and legal constraints and all of that. So I think that's kind of what you're looking for today. Is that correct?
I can tell you one thing I don't support, and I don't know how everybody else feels about it, but it's on page 4 of 5, the incentives, the reduction in development and design standards. I just feel like every time we give a waiver or we reduce a standard here or there, in 5 to 10 years when it's built, we're all going, who thought that was a good idea? Fewer parking spots in places turns into a nightmare. And as far as community identity, we've been working so hard on that for design standards. I would hate to just throw those away now. So I'm not a big fan of that. I think that no matter what we build, where we build it, who we build it for, they all deserve nice things and things that are well built and thought out. So I don't support letting go of design standards at all. It just seems like they backfire every time we do that. That was off the top of my head, since Sue mentioned things you don't support.
Makes sense. Why are we gonna
Yeah,
put together why are we?
yeah.
So I'll attempt a motion to move staff's ROI forward with that recommendation to remove the design standard requirement, as well as the goal that Supervisor Lane put out there. I thought it was eloquently said, that Kim hopefully captured. If not, you've got it written down, I think.
Yeah.
So it gives a little bit more direction, sort of a wide open field on these things to explore. And I think some creativity is going to have to play in. Otherwise, this is exactly why SB 35 is moving across the state of California at a large, quick pace. Still. And I'm not sure we can defeat it. That's a motion. That's a motion. Yep.
Is that specific enough for you guys? Yeah,
Done
I think
enough?
okay.
that kind of works, right?
Okay.
Okay, I'll go ahead and second it then. All those in favor by saying aye?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. there
Thank
you
you guys
go.
very much.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. All right. So,
Before everybody leaves, I just want to make sure everybody knows, hopefully we'll close today's meeting in honor of El Dorado Ed Hagan.
Mm.
Ed Hagan recently passed away. We had a beautiful memorial service
Yeah.
for him on Sunday. And we'll be closing hopefully today in
yeah,
Ed
we're gonna
Hagan's
close the
honor.
meeting in his
Yeah,
honor, so.
so anyway, thanks
Okay,
for
so you
indulging
guys
in that.
All right.
Special guy to this community.
Yep. All right, so, who's and froms?
Oh, yeah. We should do that.
I'm gonna wait till next week on mine.
We're not going to be here next week.
That's what I mean.
So you don't want to say what you're doing? Fine.
Just a little joke there.
I'll start. I'm ready. I do, you know,
Okay, go ahead, Brian.
typical department meetings. Appreciate staff for those meetings. I did a Parkway site visit. As of Friday, they should have closed up all of the underground major work, including the culvert and so forth, major culvert that was going in, all of the lime remediation sites. So again, before any major rains occur, I think that's going to be in really good shape over there. Ahead of schedule was sort of thrown out there and within budget. So I hope we continue down that road as we move forward. This Thursday, we've got transportation. Also Thursday in the morning, there's a biochar demo at the fairgrounds at 10 a.m. that Greg Stanton is heading up. So if you can make it to that, I'm sure he'd appreciate it. Tuesday, the 11th is the Veterans Day event here. And I know, Brooke, you've got one also in Tahoe. The weather looks like it's going to be good, so they should be great events. Come out and support those. And then I think we've got a water agency meeting on the 12th,
Maybe,
maybe?
I don't remember.
And we have it in December.
don't,
Maybe not.
I don't remember what we did.
Yeah,
I can't
anyway,
remember what we did.
Maybe. That's it for me. I think it's on.
All right, sure. A couple weeks ago, maybe, I can't remember, but Golden Sierra Connect Authority, which is a subsidiary of RCRC, the Special Executive Committee actually approved a bond issuance, speaking of bonds, to start on some of those huge broadband projects. And so it was really exciting. Those efforts are moving forward, and our county is in the mix there somewhere. I'll keep you posted on that. We had a so far collaborative meeting. Only 3 of us showed up virtually because, well, with the federal government shut down, there's not a lot going on with this collaborative, and we're hoping to keep that going. I don't know. We were supposed to have a collaborative meeting, and that's not going to happen now this year. That we did have a jurisdictional reorg meeting. Supervisor Ferraro, thank you for allowing me to go ahead and move that forward without, you weren't able to attend, but it was with members of our staff, Garden Valley, Mosquito staff, and board members, and kind of to the discussion this morning about working together to make sure that we have great service in the county for fire. So we'll see how that goes. But it was good to start the conversations and start the relationship building is everything in these efforts. So appreciated that. Supervisor Lane invited me to a virtual meeting regarding some plastics recycling stuff, and that you know, I get really nerdy about that. You guys have no idea, but on the RCRC Environmental Services JPA, we talk about SB 54 a lot. And so we're looking at what options we can do to support that effort to make recycling plastic actually real. That would be so awesome. And then I think everything else was just meetings. And just a heads up in case you hear any rumblings. I'm starting to work with the community up in Cool. There's a group called PARC, P-A-R-C. Can't remember what that stands for, sorry. But they're in Auburn, and they're looking at wanting to go out for grant money to do a pedestrian trail bridge from Auburn to Cool out there over the river. And it's starting to get a little controversial. So you might hear some stuff about that, but I'm going to start working on community-wide meetings so that nobody feels left out in that conversation. So you probably will hear stuff, actually. I think that's all I got.
I just want to update the board that we did meet last Thursday, October 30th, with the all hands group that is 14 different agencies that are working on the Emerald Bay pilot project. And we have dedicated ourselves to moving forward with the 2026 pilot, of which I will just remind the board that we are applying for some funding. We applied for some TRPA funding for the transit component of that, which we're hopeful that we'll get something, probably not exactly what we asked for, but we should be getting a little bit there. And we're also going to be applying for some air quality mitigation fund grants. So I'm working on the funding side of that, but I just wanted to give you a heads up that we are looking at the 2026 pilot, what it's going to look like. We're talking about reserve parking. We're talking about more transit. So the whole 9 yards. So we're still moving forward, and it was a great meeting. So I want to make sure that everyone's up to date on that. Also want to mention that the South Tahoe Transit JPA, which is the group that our board approved a mutual contract between the city of South Lake Tahoe and El Dorado County to look at transit specifically in the basin. That group met last week as well. Again, even though the county has not been has not been able to come forward with any type of funding to support that. The city's not looking behind us, and instead we're looking ahead, and we're going to be coming back to the board asking for a much smaller allocation of funds, but some funds to at least get this JPA up and in a position where it might be able to accept federal funding. And that is quite a process. So that'll be coming forward in the future.
Great. Just one thing. It's recently selected to NACO, the Justice and Public Safety Steering Committee. So we have our first call tomorrow, and we'll see how that goes. So
Awesome.
otherwise, it's a pretty light week.
All right. So I'm gonna go ahead and do mine. That was just.
No, we don't want to hear it until
Yeah.
next week now.
So anyway, so on Wednesday,
Email
on
us.
the 22nd, be nice now, Lord. I met with Gary Dietrich and stuff, and we were going over some situations with Sierra Pacific and, and then also with the nursery that's going on out there in Forest Genetics. Also, and I was there at dinner, Greg attended APAC. Anyway, and then I had met with the biochar. That presentation was really good down there. And then, like I say, on Saturday, they're gonna demonstrate how that all works. So it's gonna be a great thing. And then had also on Monday, I had the Cameron Park design review. So I was here and they went ahead and put that policy in place, I guess, and actually the motion was real quick. As soon as I was walking out, it was already done. So anyway, new design standards. So that's kind of a good thing. And then, like I said, then I had a meeting with Bill Roby. We're looking at what we could do to help the residents in Grizzly Flat with grant funding stuff. So, and that's all I have.
Good.
See you?
I have nothing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Nothing? All right. So we're going to adjourn at 3. Well, it's not 45, 41 or whatever. All right. In the honor of Ed Hagan. Ed Hagan was, he did a lot of things in our community. He had that big Easter egg hunt that he always did every year. Lots of people attended. He was really loved by the community. And when Brian and I were there at his memorial celebration of life, there was a lot of people showed up to that. I think it was like 500 or 600 people. So anyway, it's a great event in honor of him. I've known Ed for a long time. He was very good friends with my father and my uncle, and he's done a lot for this county. So I'm basically going to close in his honor.
Thank you for that, Chair.
Okay, we are done.